driver of wealth creation historically. And actually within the equity markets, it's been the tech names that have been really the sources of our performance here. Can that still be the case going forward, whether it's Mag 7 or some broader definition of tech? Is that still going to be a leader?
Well, another concept we like talking about at Ritholtz a lot, and we serve long-term clients, right? We're not making trades for a month or even a quarter or a year ahead. We're thinking 5 to 10 years down the road. But something that we preach at Ritholtz and that I personally believe in is portfolio balance. And I think portfolio balance is going to be the phrase of the year heading into 2025, and we're already seeing it, right? Tech is lagging the S&P 500, the Magnificent Seven hasn't been so magnificent, and it hasn't necessarily been because of fundamental developments. Profits are still.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and I'm doing a live stream on YouTube and Rumble. On YouTube, you'll be able to see the dashboard of the market. We are doing the live stream on February 18th, and I will be setting up the live stream on my website, so you'll be able to see the live streams on my website, YouTube, Rumble. X Spaces is already open. If you have a question, please join X Spaces and ask the question. It's supposed to be an interactive show. Thank you for joining. Let me set up some of the other feeds on my website.
At 6,125, we move over the Dow. Right now, little change, down about 20 points, 44,519. And finally, kicking in with the NASDAQ, up about 0.3%, 65 points at 20,091. We have the 2-year yield at 4.28%, up 2 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.52%, and that's up 4 basis points. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.1%. And right now we have Bitcoin up about 0.1%, just over 96,000. Finally, at the open, leading the Mag 7, we have in the lead NVIDIA up about 2%. That is your Bloomberg Opening Bell Report. All in time.
Lisa, thank you so much. We continue with Kelly Cox of Ritholtz Wealth Management. What's the Cox exuberant meter look like, Kelly? It's been our theme this morning. Huge divergence among strategists, but is there a retail exuberance out there? Ritholtz is very good at that, aren't you?
Yeah, so we look at a few different gauges here. The one that's my favorite gauge is the AAII gauge of sentiment, which was looking a little euphoric toward the end of last year, but there's actually been a big swing from euphoria to some of the biggest pessimism we've seen in a year and a half. Which I think speaks to the policy uncertainty that we're under right now. The sell-off or the relative weakness we've seen in tech. I think it's one of the most interesting stories on the market right now, because these past few years have been propelled by fear and pessimism, and now it's coming back.
Callie, we're almost 80% the way through the earnings season this season. Is there enough earnings growth out there to support this market based on what you've seen and maybe some of the guidance we've heard?
I think so, and you have to keep this in mind when you're talking about how the market is overvalued. Yes, valuations are quite high, especially in tech, especially in these more growthy names, but we are seeing strong profit growth, and I'd say the strongest profit growth in growth names right now. That may not continue. If you look at Wall Street analyst estimates, there are expectations that this earnings growth will broaden out to other sectors. In fact, as soon as this quarter and the next earnings season. So if that's the case, then I would expect other sectors to play catch up in markets. And that's one of the reasons why we're preaching portfolio balance.
But it's not broadened out. What it's really about is a huge body of people that aren't in the market. What do you advise to the cash crowd?
You're right, Tom. There's a lot of cash on the sidelines right now, and an unusual amount considering how well the stock market has done over the past 2 years. I get it. If you're getting 4% on your savings account right now and the world feels uncertain, then yeah, you probably like the comfort of cash right now. But I think you have to be very intentional with your cash balances at the moment. I think cash looks like more of an attractive hedge than it did possibly a year ago, because it looks like rates will stay relatively sturdy. But again, stocks are your path to building wealth and beating inflation. You can't forget that.
Optimist Kelly, thank you so much. Kelly Cox of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Yeah. I think the minimum investment is about $100 million.
I'll have to check with Barry on that. Maybe get a discount.
Exhaustion, Barry, and I just threw that Kelly on. I love that. Optimist Kelly.
I know. That's just under a newsletter. Yeah, it's very cool.
there's Pessimist Tom.
Yep.
I knew something was coming out. Kelly Cox.
World's coming to an end.
It's just, we're all gonna die. What do we got here? Ready, green, and the screen. It's a churny market. It is very different than the oomph we saw in futures an hour, 2-3 hours ago. What do you think, Paul? Like the Lavrov statement out of our Budapest office? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I bet there's a lot of
I don't
geopolitical
think so.
uncertainty out there. And again, there's a lot of reporting to say how fluid the situation is.
I got the third base decision for the Boston Red Sox.
Uh-oh.
That could be it.
That could be it.
I mean, I am seeing red on the screen.
Yep. And the Dow.
They're paying some guy a lot of money. And they go, hey, how about that DH? And he said, hey, how about not?
Exactly.
Mr.
Yeah.
Devers, I should say.
Well, it's good enough for the Red Sox. But it is
Drama.
they're reporting. Everybody's back in Florida and down in out in the desert. So
Or they'll say they'll spend whatever it takes.
sure, we know some people there.
You know, how about the Yankees?
They're in good shape. I think.
You think they're in
Very
good shape?
Yep.
Return to our control room. Are the Yankees in good shape? So,
Good
you
shape.
think so, Harry? Size on with,
Thank you for joining. We're live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube. YouTube has the dashboard of the market. I'll go over the market. The market has opened up 5 minutes ago. I have X Spaces simulcast. If you want to ask a question, please do. Just ask for the mic or just give me your opinion on what you think is going on in current events. And I'm live streaming on my website. You get both options on the website, the large screen or the screen that has the dashboard. Now, with the market, okay. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,121. VIX is trading at 15.82. Euro USD is trading at 1.04. WTI oil is trading at $71.34. BITO Bitcoin ETF long is trading at 22.30. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 151.76. So right now, equities are up. We'll see as it progresses. Let's go to live now with what Mark Rubio has to say about, it looks like, the agenda in South America.
Not be involved in funding, or that we have a lot of questions about, but they're completely uncooperative. So we had no choice but to take dramatic steps to bring this thing under control.
So it could exist in the future of USAID.
Well, the aid, I think it's important to separate USAID from aid programs, because everybody's acting like somehow these aid programs are impossible without an agency.
Do you think that we'll still be the most generous nation on earth at the end of this process?
I think we'll be the most generous nation on earth, but we think we're going to be the most generous nation on earth in a way that makes sense, that's in our national interest. We are going to fund programs that make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. We're going to pay for things that make sense for the United States.
Yep.
The United States government is not a charity. It is not a global charity. There are a lot of global charities, and they should go to if you want to be involved in global charities, go join a global charity, raise private money, and spend it on whatever you want. But this is taxpayer money. It's not my money. It's not their money. It's our money. It's taxpayer money. And we have an obligation, if we're going to do foreign aid, to do it in a way that makes sense, that doesn't support our enemies, and that actually is aligned with
100%. And the thing is that you get these deep staters or the administrative state that's been working in government for many years, and then they go to the nonprofit sector. They work for an NGO, or they're a consultant for some sort of NGO or nonprofit, and because of their understanding of how government works and their connections within government, they get special grants through USAID, and then all of a sudden, there's wasteful spending. Not all the time, but based on what Doge has discovered recently, in the tune of $101 billion, the last time I looked at the Doge clock, there is too much wasteful spending. And a big part of it is this administrative state aligning itself with the private and the the nonprofit sector because of their institutional knowledge. Case in point, look at Samantha Powell. She worked for the State Department. She ended up running USAID. How did she become a multimillionaire? She's not a trust fund baby.
Well, interesting.
Moving on to some of the tariffs now. You're heading up negotiations with Mexico. The president just announced that now. Do these tariffs, especially those against Canada, fundamentally change the relationship that the United States has with our most immediate neighbors?
Well, it changes our economic relationship. The president's point is that trade with Canada is very unfair. You know, that he'll tell you, and he said it repeatedly, U.S. banks can't operate there. There's all kinds of industries that they protect against and do not allow to enter the country. So he views this trade imbalance as it's unfair and needs to be reset. He also argues they have been less than cooperative on fentanyl and on the inflow of fentanyl. The Canadians will tell you that more fentanyl goes that way than the other way, but increasingly, in October of last year, they found a big fentanyl lab inside of Canada. And he doesn't feel like we're getting enough cooperation. And so that's why he's imposed those tariffs. In the case of Mexico, the president's point is much of the northern region of Mexico, sadly, and in direct threat to the Mexican government, is controlled by cartels. And so they've announced they're going to deploy 10,000 National Guard troops, Mexican National Guard troops, to their border, their northern border. And the president's decided to delay tariffs.
This is a good way of doing business in New World Order.
Well, I think the president's point is America's been taken advantage of for far too long. And I think that's true across the board. That's been true on foreign aid. We have countries and places that we pour a bunch of money into, and then they vote against us at the UN every time. They support all of our enemies. And you start asking yourself, why do we keep putting money into this? Our embassies say it. And the USAID says, we don't care. We're going to keep doing it anyways. In other cases, when it comes to trade, there are countries around the world where their companies can do whatever they want in America. They can do anything they want in America, but we can't do it over there. So there's this process called reciprocity.
Yep, exactly. He's 100% right on that. All right. I want to go back to Bloomberg, but before I do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. All right. Please make sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I get censored a lot on YouTube. All right. So it's like playing whack-a-mole. People don't get notifications until a day after the actual premiere. So please subscribe to all my channels. All the links are in the description of this video. I need your help to reach a larger audience. So please make sure you subscribe to all the channels. Ask your social media followers, spread the word to follow me. We're going to be going through a serious problem with H5N1. H5N1 will mutate and go human-to-human transmission. There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. The question is when it's going to happen. Now, I suspect that we're going to start seeing more human-to-human cases, or the different mutations that have to take place happening in the fall of this year. All right? That means that 2025 and 2026 could be very problematic. But it will happen. To pretend that it's not going to happen, you just are putting your head up your ass. You're just not paying attention. The mutations are happening and moving towards what needs to happen for human-human transmission. I have many videos about this. I tell you what receptors, I tell you the molecular biology of what's going on with this. But the point is, it's going to happen. So you're going to need me. There's no one more comprehensive about this. Nobody. So if I'm not around, who's going to help you? You think these celebrity docs are going to help you? Just like the celebrity docs helped you during the crisis in 2020? And they either rode my coattails or they were just dead wrong. So you're going to need me. All right. And if I'm not around, so be it. So it behooves you to make sure that my little whack-a-mole operation stays afloat, because you're going to need me. Trust me. So please make sure you subscribe to all the channels. Ask your social media to follow me. Share the links. I don't just do news streams. I also dive pretty deep in certain really important scientific problems that we have. Now, another way to support my work is to go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you can help support the thousands of free videos that I have out there by donating or purchasing the products to help your health. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website on the homepage, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the ones that donate and are paid members to my Patreon channel that allows me to offer thousands of videos for free to tell you how to make money in the market, what's going on in economics and finance, not just in the United States, but around the world. What's going on internationally? How is the Middle East going to affect you? How's the potential flash ban of Taiwan going to affect you? What's going on in Europe? What's going on with domestic policies in the United States? So I cover a lot of stuff. I explain exactly how to improve your health and wellness, like very detailed, every day. No one's more comprehensive than I am. Nobody. There's some people that say, oh, take, this supplement or take that supplement. But very few people go for 4 hours explaining to you how to stack supplements to actually heal chronic disease in the United States. Nobody, except me. Once again, I'm always the most comprehensive and usually the first. So, with that said, please help support my work. I have thousands of videos out there for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. A lot of people do, but I don't. So it behooves you to help. Now, in terms of the great products that I have, let's talk about some of those great products. Because I love you so much, I have new labeling for the structural nanosilver soaps. So for 2 of the soaps, lavender, structural nanosilver soap, and also peppermint, structural nanosilver soap. Very high quality. Get a couple bars for your household. All right. And with the old labeling, the charcoal tea tree soap and the lemongrass soap. Get a couple bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health. This doesn't have all those fancy chemicals that Procter & Gamble puts in their soap. Those fancy chemicals that you don't need, don't want, and your body doesn't react very well with. It behooves you to get the structural nanosilver soaps that I offer on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And guess what? Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Now, I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we've developed a dual purpose deodorant bar. The dual purpose is that you use it as a deodorant every day so you don't smell. And this second purpose is it helps to detoxify your body. I believe in providing products as the best that I can so you have a dual purpose for it. So it can target multiple things. So this deodorant will help to detoxify your body and use it as a deodorant. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's for males and females. So by detoxifying your body on a regular basis, your body's going to perform better. Your immune system's going to perform better. Your endocrine system's going to perform better. Many deodorants that you buy at the store that have all the fancy chemicals, they're endocrine disruptors. Then you wonder why everyone's walking around gender dysphoric. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these deodorants, detoxify your body, don't smell, and oh, by the way, the ingredients in here are from the Himalayas. All essential oils from the Let me repeat it. Extremely high quality. You can't get this anywhere else. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
All right.
In freezing conditions in Toronto yesterday, all 80 people on board did survive. 15 were injured. Bruce Landsberg is a former vice chair of the National Transportation Safety Board.
We will have a team going up there. The GO team is just in the process of getting organized now. They'll go up there and they will participate with TSB in going through the wreckage and gathering information. And then we'll provide our expertise and we'll share knowledge.
In the meantime, the Trump administration has begun firing several hundred Federal Aviation Administration employees. Probationary workers were targeted. Global news, 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg. Tom and Paul.
John Tucker, thanks so much. Appreciate that this morning. Looking at the dollars, the global litmus paper, DXY, 107, a little bit of fragility, but nevertheless a bid to the dollar this morning. Euro flat, euro decidedly not weaker, which, I think is part of this news, though. 104. 49. We need to say thank you particularly to our Budapest News Bureau for driving forward our coverage of these bilateral discussions between the United States and Russia. Good morning.
All right. Let's shift over to Fox News. Breaking: liberal New York governor considers removing Eric Adams. So let's see what's going on with that.
On Fox, straight to Fox News alert today, New York Governor Kathy Hochul will hold a meeting about New York City Mayor Eric Adams' speech. So check out the cover of the New York Post today, this morning, reading, "Fall from Gracie," as 4 of Adams's top aides, I guess you call them the deputy mayors, all resign.
Alexis McAdams joins us now with the latest. Hey, Alexis. Hey, yeah, there's a lot going on over at City Hall, so we're going to see exactly what happens. This comes, though, as New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she is going to meet at some point this morning, we're told, with key leaders to discuss New York City Mayor Eric Adams' removal from office. She's not saying she's going to do it, but hey, they're looking at it, so that is the big news right now in New York City. This comes as fellow Democrats, as you guys know, have been pushing for days now to try and get Adams out of there.
They're trying to get Adams out of there, like I said last night, because he's aligning himself with Trump and is willing to work with the Trump administration to get rid of the illegal aliens. And the Democratic Party hates that because they know if they lose major inflows of illegal immigration, the state of New York is going to lose power because people are leaving the state. So that means that the representation in Congress will go down for the state of New York. Same problem with California. Same problem. This is the reason why they have sanctuary cities in these blue states. Because people are trying to get out of the blue state and go to the red state because that's where the jobs are. That's where there's lower taxes and less crime. And so when people leave the state, they lose funds. And if they lose enough people in the state, they actually lose seats in Congress.
Comptroller is also possibly running for mayor. So we're going to see what happens today. The governor releasing this statement. Let's pull it up, okay? I recognize the immense responsibility I hold as governor and the constitutional powers granted to this office. In the 235 years of New York State history, these powers have never been utilized to remove a duly elected mayor. Overturning the will of the voters is a serious step that should not be taken lightly. So that's what Hochul's saying this morning. But the calls to remove Mayor Adams.
And remember, when you remove Mayor Adams, all right, there'll be some sort of interim mayor, right? But Cuomo is trying to reboot his career. Now remember, Hochul was lieutenant governor under Cuomo. So don't you think that she's going to do everything in her power to help Cuomo? Because they're best buds.
In New York City, people had signs and they were chanting. They said they want him gone. They feel like his back is up against the wall as allegations swirl, accusing him of making a deal with the Justice Department to drop his own criminal case. Only if he would help the Trump administration enforce their immigration policies. You guys talked to Adams and Tom Homan just the other day on Fox and Friends, where he denied making any type of deal, pushing back, saying this prosecution is all based on politics.
She has her role, I have my role. And throughout this entire ordeal, which I think no American should have to go through, the 20 or 15 months that my family and I had to endure for something I didn't do. I didn't do anything wrong. Throughout the entire ordeal, I said one thing: my attorney will handle the legal part. I'm going to handle running the city.
Asked a judge to drop the charges against Adams the other day. This has all been coming. This comes, those you guys just mentioned, those 4 deputy mayors say they are out of City Hall. They don't want to be a part of this thing. And then also the top DOJ officials stepped down last week. So who would take over? How would that all play out is the question this morning. Well, Adams is forced to leave or asked to resign there from public office. The advocate, the public advocate, Jamani Williams, who we've talked about before, would have to take over as acting mayor until there's that special election held. And yesterday, or this week rather, Mayor Adams was just saying at an event, you guys kind of pushing back against Jamani Williams, saying like, you don't want me, or you sure you want this guy? So we'll see what he has to say today.
So,
Yeah,
so
because
he said, for what you know, so for example, there could be a special election before the election, which is November?
That's what they're possible. So we have to see.
Crazy.
We have to see. But this Jamani Williams has said for quite some time now, as these allegations have swirled, and there's been some issues going at City Hall over the NYPD, he said he was ready to kind of to take charge and get over there to City Hall. But
Yeah.
Adams has said to you guys too, that's his big thing. He said he's been through so much in the past. He talks about, you know, his mom always told him to push through. So he says he's going to stick it out. So we'll see what happens.
Right. And Alexis, you mentioned Jamani Williams. The mayor yesterday said, you really don't want him because here's a guy who gets up at noon. It's hard to run a city when you get up at noon. But real quickly, regarding this meeting with the governor today, she's in a terrible predicament because it would be hard for her to throw out a Democrat who is the mayor of New York City while, you know, as we know, there's going to be an election in June. Why not just let it play itself out, let the folks decide in June, and he'll probably be booted anyway.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. He thinks that he'd still be fine. He said last time around, too, he was down in those poll numbers. He doesn't care, the mayor, about those poll numbers or what people are saying. He says it's up to New Yorkers. He feels like, yeah, he feels like he's done a good job. But Kathy Hochul, that's what she said, I guess, in that statement, you know, it's up to the will of the voter. She doesn't really want to overturn it and just kind of leave it willy-nilly. So we'll have to see what happens. But that meeting is just a few blocks away, so we're going to head there.
Our lieutenant governor has even called for Adams to resign, and that lieutenant governor was handpicked by Hochul, and she said in the 235 years of New York State history, the governor's power to remove an elected official has never been used. So this would be a first.
You're right. Thanks, Alexis. You know, when I hear the word emergency meeting, it just really grinds my gear. There was no emergency meeting when an illegal set that woman on fire in the subway.
Right, exactly.
No emergency meeting when people have been pushed into the subway.
Exactly. When there's a real emergency, Hochul doesn't really care. But if it comes to politics and individuals aligning themselves with Orange Man, then there has to be an emergency meeting to try to get that person out. Because it's all about power. It has nothing to do about really helping New Yorkers. Absolutely. He's 100% right on this.
In the middle of the street, no emergency meeting, but suddenly, when you got a guy who's the mayor working with the president of the United States to keep this city safe, all they want to do is get the criminals off the street. And suddenly there's an emergency meeting to get him removed, but not when all of our lives have been put at risk.
Trump could pick up the phone and say, I don't know what you're going to decide today, but let me just tell you, it's in the best interest of the city to let the election play out.
Yeah.
And that was the whole reason why his...
This is what Trump should do. This is what
He
Trump
said,
should do. He should get on the bat phone that he has on the Resolute desk, and he should call up Hochul. And he should basically say, Governor, if you remove Adams, then I guarantee you that federal dollars going to your state is going to dry up, and that it's really going to affect your budget. Because guess what? That's what Reagan did to Detroit. So the president can play games when it comes to funding states and cities. Not only that, Ford told New York to go to hell when they were having budgetary problems and they were defaulting.
Care about his case, but don't interfere with the election in 2020.
Also-
Let the voters
also,
decide.
Lawrence, you and I live in the city.
Yeah.
So we
Sadly.
vote. And I don't want, if the will of the people should be heard, you can't just pull someone off because you disagree with them. I understand if they're charged with a major
Right.
crime, but the DOJ dropped those charges. So you can't just, I don't think you should be able to remove someone that the voters voted in.
Well, the DOJ dropped the charges because they said, okay, we want him to cooperate with the president's migration problem here in New York City, and it would interfere with that election. Keep in mind, the Department of Justice can refile those charges at any time, and so that's one of the things. But ultimately, when it comes down to the will of the people, it's given the fact that this is like an 80%.
Most of the people want the corruption to stop. So Doge is doing a great job. We'll take a look at the Doge clock. The last I looked, it was $101 billion savings. And guess what? We want to get the illegal aliens out of our cities and out of our states and stop the crime. That's what the will of the people want.
Democrat town, will the Democrats at that primary punish Eric Adams for working with Donald Trump? Forget about all the bad publicity. I mean, every day now there's something bad on the front page of the paper about Eric Adams. Forget about that. But just the fact that he would cooperate with Donald Trump,
All I know is that
that's a problem.
all I know is that the people in the Bronx, New York, not really like your Republican area, were cheering when the Homeland Secretary and ICE were there getting rid of the criminals, because the people here, they understand it. They see these people that are causing problems in their neighborhood. Not even, maybe the rich New York voters are gonna vote for someone else because of this, but the poor folks that understand the travesty that's been happening here, they're gonna vote for him, I think.
Well, ICE is now allowed back to Rikers Island, so they're gonna be able to, those criminals get in, they can grab them right out.
Most New Yorkers, but the ones I speak to, they're worried about crime in the city.
Yes.
He's just trying to take the criminals off the streets.
Yep.
Evidently,
most
Steve and I
people don't
can't really weigh in because you and Lawrence live in the city.
Well, we were,
I would say it was a pleasure.
Sit on the sideline.
we are taxed by this one out. We get a voice.
New York is going to hell in a handbasket, and if we don't pay attention, it's a canary in the coal mine, and the rest of the country is going to have problems. This is CBS News Detroit. What's going on? Hundreds protest Trump's policies at Michigan State Capitol. All right, this is only 50 seconds long, so let's play that.
Today, the nation marked the annual President's Day holiday, but many used the occasion to protest. There were demonstrations held across Michigan and in several states around the country. It's in response to President Trump's recent executive orders to change immigration policies and federal agency funding cuts.
Definitely the education ones are the scariest. The cuts, whether it's funding for MSU or I don't know if you have, but we know people that have had job opportunities taken away because of the funding cuts that have been trying to be implemented. We know a bunch of them are on pause thanks to the judges, but we haven't yet to really see that enforced or stopped completely. So being able to earn a wage is important. Being able to live comfortably is important. Being able to get an education is important.
The problem is that the Department of Education has failed secondary education and primary education. It's failed primary education when you have kids that are at grade 4 and grade 8 that can't read, write, and do arithmetic. Major problem. So if it's not working, stop the department. For secondary education, AKA university, guess what? Costs of tuition have gone up because of this guaranteeing of the loans, through these student loans. There's different types of student loans. You can get a Sally Mae loan or a bank loan, or you can get a government sponsored loan, all right, for undergrad and graduate studies. So as they've been inching up more of how much they're willing to provide, students are taking on more and more and more debt as the schools are increasing the tuition. It's not that the schools are increasing tuition and then the Department of Education decides on how much to provide for a loan. It's the other way around. they have been increasing the amount that they're willing to fund. And the universities know that, so they're inching up their tuition. On top of, there's so many people now that can get loans because of these government programs. They're going to universities. Some of them really shouldn't even be going to universities. One, they don't have the wherewithal. Two, there's just too many students going to the university. So what happens is that these universities have to go to their alumni and their donor base to build larger facilities to try to attract more of these students, more students, right? And so what happens is there's this feedback loop where the school takes on a lot of debt. They have to increase their tuition. They know it will be covered by some sort of guaranteed loan. And then the student, comes to the school, but then it's a vicious cycle because another university improves their laboratories, or they, invest more money in a certain department. And it's an arms race with these universities, and it's inefficient. They're building way too much on these campuses. They're building to the point where it's just not efficient. If you look at the whole inventory of universities and all the laboratories and all of the buildings and the whole inventory across the United States, it's inefficient. So what happens is these smaller universities are dying. I mean, literally, there are many liberal arts schools that do offer science curriculum, cannot compete because they don't have a donor base. So this is at the private school level, and this is happening at the state school level, where this escalated tuition is causing problems for everybody. The schools are taking on too much debt, and eventually it'll collapse. And this is because of the Department of Education and nitwits like the one that was just interviewed that can't really fully understand all of the downstream effects of what the Department of Education has done. Those are just two examples, primary and secondary education, and how the Department of Education has screwed up the United States. Now there's others. By funding, more funding to the teachers in the primary school, is it really helping the student and their learning? Or is it really to help the pension for the teachers? And that's the problem, is that there's a lot of, it's inefficient. It's inefficient, and the results are terrible. No, kill the department. But you got nitwits that think that the Department of Education he goes, well, it'll allow people to go to school. No, what you need to do is get back to some common sense of how much the tuition should be. It's been elevated. It's been the escalation of tuition has been because of the Department of Education and the funding of these loans. The moment the Department of Education says, we're only going to fund half of that amount, then the schools are going to be forced to bring down their tuition. They're going to be forced to stop building so much. They're going to be forced to sell certain properties. And then you're going to have an inventory of laboratories, an inventory of buildings, an inventory of universities that are more efficient. When I went to school, you could actually work and pay for your education. Now you can't do that. You would have to take out a loan and an exorbitant amount of money. By the time you get out after 4 years for your undergrad, you're in serious debt. It's a big problem. Needs to go back to the old days.
Says there will be other protests throughout the year.
And if they really want an education, why can't they go in and do military service and be on the GI Bill? Everyone should be educated, but it doesn't mean that it should be handed to you. You should earn it. What's wrong with working and going to school at the same time? What's wrong with that? See, these kids are coddled. These kids everything's handed to them. And then a debt keeps them piling up in the society, sometimes piling up at an individual level. And eventually it comes due. So people don't have time, right? When the Gen Xers didn't have time to grow up, you know, from age 18 to age 21 or 22. You had to just like move on with life, grow up. But the kids today, maybe they'll grow up when they're 30, maybe they'll grow up when they're 35, maybe 40. And eventually what happens is you have a big part of the society that's immature. Brought to you by the Department of Education. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
We're going to need Ukraine and Europe to sign on to the deal for it to make any sense and for it to be long lasting.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it's kind of unchanged here on the day. In the commodity space, peace has to be a good thing. What are you seeing in the commodity space?
Well, you know what we have been seeing, and it's off a little bit today. It's copper futures have really been strong. We're seeing some strength in soybeans as well. They're both rolling over a little bit today. But in general, commodity prices have been going up as of late.
If you watch my Asian show, when I do the telemetry, I also talk about that, and I show what's going on with copper futures. And so, you know, pay attention, not just to my morning show, but also my evening show, because market movements are taking place in the Asian session.
News and editor emeritus, you know, he was characterizing this second Trump administration as one of chaos. Now, and I pointed out that now one person's chaos is another person's animal spirits out there. How does the rapid news flow of the Trump administration, which we kind of, you know, got used to in the first administration, how does that impact markets day to day?
Well, I mean, you just count on more volatility, and from a trader standpoint, it's gold. I mean, you can't make money. You can't make money trading if things aren't moving, and so you know you're definitely going to get on the wrong end of the stick a few times, maybe more than a few times. Hopefully not, with the volatility that hits markets whenever Trump says something that he obviously says a lot. I mean, he holds impromptu news conferences with reporters aside from the planned ones, and you obviously never know what's coming. You don't know what's coming from Musk with the Doge situation, but he loves chaos. He loves the talk, and you know, traders actually love it. It keeps you on your toes. I mean, I will say, on average, probably 50% more things during the day on the spot product than during the Trump administration than I would during Biden or probably anybody else's administration.
Right, traders, they generally like volatility, that's for sure. Vince Signorello, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Vince Signorello, he's a Bloomberg macro strategist for Bloomberg.
All right, what I'd like to do is go to Al Jazeera here, but I want to plug a couple products here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, help support my work so I can continue on with this, and I want you to get these products in your hands so you improve your health and wellness. I have lozenges made from structural nano silver, Manuka honey, and elderberry zinc. Get a couple bags for your household during the cold season or during the allergy season. Make sure you have some at work, at home, right when you need it. Take it once you have that irritation, all right? And it'll mitigate it, and by mitigating it early, you're reducing further problem. But guess what? Get a few bags for your household. Be ready, all right? You never know if you're going to catch something at work or at home. So it behooves you to have them available when you need them. So get a couple bags or a few bags for your household. I also have the new packaging for the drops. The drops are a little bit smaller than the lozenges. The lozenges are larger, and it's in a 21 count. The drops are a little smaller, and they're in a 100 count. All right, I have new packaging, same quality as the other drops that I was selling. You can get it in honey and lemon, cherry. You can get it in cherry, and you can also get it in blueberry. All right, so blueberry, cherry, and honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household. Very high quality structural nanosilver used in the same way as the lozenges. Again, have some at home, have some at work. You never know when you need them. The moment you start feeling that irritation, either because of the cold season or because of the allergy season, mitigate the problem right away. Please go to my store, get a few bags of these drops and lozenges, use discount 5 and you get $5 off on any order. And they're very high quality and they're tasty. All right, so with that, let's go to Ukraine. Ukraine.
We've seen already indeed any initial peace plan being put together, but he praised Trump at least for making an effort and in no way belittled America's role in trying to come to some sort of solution. He said that the prospect of any kind of concession by Ukraine with respect to its territorial integrity was completely out of the question, and he said that the way forward was for Ukraine to get NATO membership and for the Europeans to basically up their defensive security guarantees.
Doesn't it sound like Zelensky is biting the hand that feeds him?
Zelensky, as I say, a member of his own party and very high up in government here. Tomorrow we are expecting the arrival of the US Special Envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg. But in Morozenko's words, he said that he saw this mission by the US Special Envoy at this stage as being nothing more than a fact-finding trip. So,
Zoetis is the name of a company that gets conditional license for avian flu vaccine.
Talks that Washington has understood Moscow's position better.
This is a necessity to restore peace in the whole world. And even if it is not feasible at the same time, it's an opportunity for the superpowers to engage in positive negotiations and discussions, to learn from one another, to support one another, and also to learn the lesson and to forbid any further conflicts to spiral. This is the stance adopted by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince.
All right, let's cross now to Yulia Shapovalova, who's live for us from Moscow. Yulia, what have you learned so far about the outcome of all these meetings that happened today in Saudi Arabia?
Well, we have to say that the meeting has been quite significant. It's been the first meeting of this kind in years between the Russian-American delegations. Lavrov called these talks quite positive, saying that indeed the American side has begun to better listen to Moscow's positions, even though he reiterated once again that Moscow would not make any territorial concessions to Ukraine. Both countries have agreed to appoint new ambassadors and replenish the embassy's staff in Moscow and Washington. In the past years, the numbers of embassy workers have been reduced. Regarding the Ukrainian settlement, it's been decided that teams of Russian and US negotiators on Ukraine will begin their contacts. It's not yet known who will be among the negotiators, among the teams. The negotiators will be appointed by the president, and after the consultations between Russia and the US, all these consultations will be held on a regular basis. Minister Lavrov also reiterated that Moscow's position that the appearance of NATO troops in Ukraine is unacceptable. No European or American peacekeepers on Ukrainian soil, even after the peace agreement is signed, as Russia doesn't want to see that one day these foreign troops can potentially unite with the Ukrainian army and go and invade Crimea, for instance. Also, according to Lavrov, NATO expansion is a direct threat to Russia's interests, so Ukraine's accession to NATO is still a big no. It still remains out of the question. Both countries need more time to prepare the meeting between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. It's unlikely to take place next week. Initially, it was expected at the end of February. Now the date is unknown. And finally, the Russian Foreign Minister and the US Secretary of State have agreed on further cooperation in the economic and investment spheres, as well as they agreed that it's necessary to remove obstacles to mutually beneficial economic cooperation. So we can say the two sides are beginning a new chapter in their relationship.
Yulia Shapovalova live for us from Moscow. Thanks so much, Yulia. Maria Mezentseva is a member of parliament in Ukraine and head of the Ukrainian delegation to the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly. She joins us now live from Warsaw. Maria, thanks so much for being with us on Al Jazeera. Let me ask you first, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky slammed this meeting in Riyadh today. He called them talks about Ukraine without Ukraine. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in Riyadh that European leaders and Ukraine will also be consulted on reaching an end to the war. What do you make of those comments, and when do you think Ukraine will be consulted?
Oh, well, surely President Zelensky has his clear and strong statement on the, as it's been called, I don't even know how to call it, consultation or bilaterals, which occurred today for 4.5 hours, excluding for now the center of this topic, which is Ukraine, as it was Russia who invaded us, who temporarily occupied 20% of the territories. And when Minister Lavrov is saying that they are, I'm citing, afraid of Ukraine joining foreign armies and then invading Crimea. Who invaded Crimea in 2014. And I think, the replacements of these arguments shouldn't be there. President Zelensky clearly stated in Munich Security Conference, widely attended, also joined by American partners, that NATO, if NATO membership is somehow paused or taken aside, there should be a decent alternative, even though Ukrainian constitution, confirmed by Ukrainian people, still consists this amendment of Euro-Atlantic integration, which we adhere to. So NATO has to be probably built in Ukraine today, capabilities, military sufficiency, and it's important step to keep Ukraine and to keep US in the loop, of course.
Maria, let me just jump in. I want to ask you about, from your perspective, how much pressure all of this is putting on President Zelensky. This is a critical time frame right now, and what's the reaction likely to be in Ukraine?
Well, I think the whole nation stands behind Ukrainian leader, President Zelensky, the leader of our diplomacy, and in the future probably the negotiation team, whereas it's not yet very clear how this negotiation table will look like. Centralized argument, which Ukraine is committed to, as well as President Zelensky, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and we adhere to just peace, so justice has to be served. It's not only about economy or some other preferences, or the fact that the discussions were today about Russian bank cards working across the globe. I'm sorry, but we have thousands still of deported Ukrainian children to Russia, the illegal detainees, prisoners of war, civilians in captivity. All this have to be having reparations and not coming from our partner states, but coming from Russia or frozen Russian assets. I think central topic here is defense and justice, and Ukraine.
Just let me interject for the ones that are watching the live stream on Rumble and on YouTube or my website. You can join X Spaces and listen in. You can do a call in, ask questions. For the ones that are in X Spaces, thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. If you have a question, just ask for the mic. What I want to do is I want to go to RT and get their perspective of what's going on. This is the live feed from RT.
What we heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, saying peace through strength. What she means is we need to keep building more weapons and buying more weapons. And that, of course, is music to the ears of defence contractors. Germany's largest defence contractor saying, actually, this is the entire reason why European leaders haven't been invited to that summit, that big boys summit in Riyadh between Russia and the US. And that's because they have underfunded their defence for decades now.
If you don't invest, if you're not strong, they handle you like kids. If parents have dinner, the kids have to sit at another table. The US is negotiating with Russia, and no European is at the table. It has become very clear that the Europeans are the kids.
Poland's foreign minister also admitting that at some point Europe will have to send troops to Ukraine, possibly after being requested by the United States to do that. And he was like, well, that's something we will need to acquiesce to. NATO's chief saying Europe is willing to step up to the plate, but again, no details, and that's the point. No details were agreed on in that meeting in Paris. In fact, one leader stormed out. This was the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who said it is not the time to be discussing the future of Ukraine without Ukraine.
It is completely premature and completely the wrong time to have this discussion now. I'm even a little irritated by these debates, I have to say. People are talking here about possible variants of outcomes over the heads of Ukraine, about the outcome of peace talks that have not taken place, and with which Ukraine has not said yes and has not sat at the table. This is highly inappropriate, to put it bluntly and honestly. We don't even know what the outcome will be.
Well, that meeting in Paris was just a sideline to what we don't know, because there wasn't an agreement made. And it seems that European leaders are flailing around almost like headless chickens after the announcements that we've been seeing coming out from the White House. And you can imagine those leaders will have left Paris and wondering what is going to be the outcome of the talks at the big boy table. And that's taking place later today in Riyadh.
Since February 2022, in stark contrast to Western nations, the Global South has petitioned for a political settlement to the conflict. So today's talks were welcomed by many players, including Nigeria. Its foreign minister says no opportunity to reduce tensions should ever be passed over.
It's a welcoming development. It's always good to see two leaders of global powers, meeting and talking, because it provides the opportunity to resolve conflict and ease tensions. This is something that I'm sure every well-meaning citizen of the planet would welcome.
The problems between Russia and Ukraine and what we're currently seeing in Ukraine is fundamentally was caused by the EU. Many European nations are at the forefront of such hostility between Ukraine and Russia. So you can't have the very same people who are part and parcel of this war, who contributed immensely to the challenges in Ukraine, which now want to form part of the negotiations. So there was a very good initiative by the US administration of Donald Trump to include them in negotiations, because for all these years they've not done anything to bring peace. Instead, they've been at the forefront of encouraging Zelensky.
I think Trump is doing the right. I think Trump is doing the right negotiating tactics. Now let's go to Cash Jordan here. Again, for the ones that want to ask questions, you can go through X Spaces and join the call in there and just ask for the mic and you can ask questions. It's up to you. Let's go to Cash Jordan. New York City migrants loot luxury homes before ICE deports them.
District pawn shop. The two men had been buying stolen luxury items from South American theft groups and then reselling them at their stores.
So the owners of this store right here are in FBI custody for allegedly working with a South American robbery crew to sell stolen items, some of which were taken from the homes of professional athletes and other wealthy individuals all across America by a gang of Chilean immigrants residing in the U.S. illegally, living out a twisted version of the American dream with the alleged help of an American business.
How you guys doing? Body camera footage showing 4 Chilean nationals being questioned by authorities last month in Ohio. And in the trunk, a Louis Vuitton bag.
Where are you guys headed to today? Orlando? Wrong way. Florida's that way.
Nijinsky and Longobar are accused by federal prosecutors of regularly serving as fences for South American theft groups. Their Diamond District pawn shop raided Tuesday.
Someone is trying to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. Did he go over his house?
Federal prosecutors say the thieves made off with roughly $300,000 in luxury items, including watches, glasses, piles of cash, and Louis Vuitton luggage. The alleged gangbangers also posed wearing the NFL stars JB9 and number 9 chain necklaces.
They come here almost exclusively to commit and engage in criminality.
I feel like my privacy has been violated in more ways than one.
Prosecutors say in their search Tuesday, investigators found large quantities of suspected stolen property here at the pawn shop, as well as from a storage facility in New Jersey, where they also found sports memorabilia and power tools that are commonly used to open safes.
These are the individuals that wake up every day with one intention, is to commit as many crimes as possible to make money in any way possible.
So evidence links one of the thieves busted robbing a football player's home to a pawn shop in Midtown Manhattan. But what nobody's talking about is this FBI bust reveals a shocking level of cooperation between illegal criminal gangs and New York City businesses that look and appear legitimate. And with one of these operations taken down right in the heart of Manhattan, you've got to wonder how many other predatory businesses like this are hiding in plain sight, especially when crime statistics show New York City has experienced an astronomical rise in moped-related snatch and grab robberies over the last 2 years. An 8,000% rise to be exact, with criminals stealing watches, purses, bags, and other valuables from unsuspecting victims in some of the city's richest neighborhoods. Which happened last summer when thugs approached customers at restaurants, forcing them to put their Rolexes in pillowcases before speeding off without getting caught. But it doesn't stop there. The city also saw a rise in robberies in Central Park and in Midtown by Times Square. And when you combine those with the out-of-control shoplifting epidemic we're experiencing, a troubling picture starts to emerge of a city flooded with so many illegally stolen items that they're now being sold openly at stores on the side of the street. And that brings us to the real reason why this bust is so important. It exposes a highly profitable industry that, when combined with New York's sanctuary city status, acts as a magnet to bring the world's worst criminals to our city, where we not only allow them to hide from the federal government while they live in taxpayer-funded homeless shelters, but also the opportunity to be the worst versions of themselves, all thanks to New York's decriminalization of petty theft and assault, which, as you're about to see, has created a pipeline of products stolen from the law-abiding and then sold on the streets of New York in broad daylight. This right here is the entrance of the business where this gang was allegedly able to sell off stolen property. And it's right in the heart of Midtown on 47th Street, 6th Avenue, the Diamond District. I got my wife's engagement ring here, not at this place, at another place nearby. But the point is, this is an area full of legitimate businesses that have been here for decades. But hiding in plain sight was apparently a criminal operation of proportions nobody ever imagined.
Prosecutors say the men brokered the sale of countless pieces of stolen merchandise taken from across the United States by South American theft groups. The two were allegedly the middlemen, buying the loot from the thieves and selling it at their store, a customer of the pawn shop.
So what's unbelievable about this is that the store on the upper floors here, they're paying thousands of dollars a month to be right here in the middle of Manhattan, but they're selling stolen items from all across the country. But before we get into this wild story about how a gang of foreign criminals was able to break into homes all across America, it's important to understand that this collusion of legitimate businesses and unlawful residents of this country is nothing new in America's largest sanctuary city, which is home to over 400,000 people who are illegally residing in the United States, which creates a big problem. You've got a massive number of people who can't legally work yet need to feed themselves, pay rent, and buy clothing, creating an opportunity for businesses to prey upon these people or to team up with criminal gangs and then prey upon the rest of society.
A gang of Chilean migrants are accused of snapping brazen photos after allegedly storming Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow's $7.5 million Ohio mansion. The alleged gangbangers also posed wearing the NFL stars JB9 and number 9 chain necklaces. Burrow's girlfriend.
So these guys that were running stolen products up to the 3rd floor of this store right here, they might look like jokers from the photos they posted on social media, but they knew exactly where they were going. They knew how to get in, and this might not be the first celebrity's home they raided. However, the FBI says that stolen goods from multiple celebrity home invasions were being sold out of this particular business. The full extent to how those items got there has not yet been revealed by prosecutors. But the thing that's odd about this robbery is that these guys had no problem problem taking pictures and showing off all their loot. Either this was their first time committing this sort of crime, or they've done so many home invasions and successful raids that they figured nothing was going to happen to them and that they were invincible. And the amount of money they were making probably made them feel unstoppable.
Investigators say the two men are linked to a nationwide burglary ring targeting the homes of high-profile professional athletes. That includes Kansas City Chiefs stars Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, NBA stars.
So what happened here is absolutely wild, and the details are incredibly shocking. Not just how the goods were stolen from this person's home, who did the stealing, and how they were offloaded right here, but this is not the only business in town which apparently has a no questions asked policy when it comes to buying things that walk in the door from people who might be criminals. In fact, everything that can be stolen gets stolen and resold here. You've got bodegas selling stolen food, clothing stores reselling stolen items from places like Macy's, and if you're curious about how these gang members might have met these people, well, there's a whole bunch of stores here that all say they're willing to buy valuables that might be secondhand. These criminals could literally have just gone up and down the block with a briefcase full of stuff, showing it to people until they found a willing accomplice. And the crazy thing is, it looks like they would have gotten away with their heist if they hadn't done something really stupid.
Body camera footage showing 4 Chilean nationals being questioned by authorities last month in Ohio.
Where are you guys headed to today? Orlando, wrong way. Florida's that way.
The man in the front passenger seat wearing a Cincinnati Bengals beanie, Burrow's team, and in the trunk, a Louis Vuitton bag and a shirt from LSU, where Burrow played in
A
college.
traffic stop. These guys were brought down by bad driving. Their car was full of stolen belongings, and the officer asked them where they were going, and they said, "Oh, we're going to Florida." And the officer's like, "Guys, Florida's that way." And this is crazy. They had $300,000 worth of valuables from this guy's home. The homeowner is signed to a 5-year, $275 million contract, which had a $40 million signing bonus. So he's incredibly wealthy. And apparently his home had security guards there, but these guys got in when the shift changed, revealing an incredibly high level of sophistication to this raid. And apparently they had planned this out in advance. They did not just show up, break the window, and steal whatever they could find, not knowing whose it was. Apparently the authorities found photos of the home in question on their cell phones that were taken prior to the break-in. And then they discovered something else that tied them to the owners of this business right here.
There were 4 men arrested for that, and according to federal prosecutors, one of the defendants, Dzinski, his cell phone is connected to the 2 men who were arrested in that case. So that was the connection to Joe Burrow. They're still trying to sort out all the victims and
This is what I've been saying. This is what I've been saying for a year, over a year, almost 2 years. The erosion of God, country, and family. When you lose ethics, when you lose morality, you get this kind of stuff. And this is becoming much more prevalent now than years ago. And the brazenness, and not only that, the voyeurism with social media. You know, where people are watching individuals do these things, or they're looking at their pictures that they take while they're doing these immoral acts, all right? So it's a combination of the ones actually doing it and their lack of morality, but also the individuals that want to watch them do this. Some people have been doing live streams doing stuff illegal. And, you know, obviously what Cash Jordan is talking about with pictures after they steal items. The point is that people on social media are consuming this crap, not as information, news like what we're doing, but they get entertained by subscribing to a channel that does these sorts of heinous crimes, right? So, you know, it's not just the individuals, it's society too. We're devolving because of this lack of God, country, and family. If you don't have some sort of spirituality, some sort of affinity to the Godhead, then guess what? You're probably gonna justify stealing or killing. If you don't care about country, then you're just going to be willing to just think about yourself and not really being a participant of something larger than yourself for the country's benefit, for future generations' benefit. And then family. If you demonize family, if you demonize procreation, if you're promoting gender fluidity, you're losing the major brick, the major foundation of society. The foundation of society is family. That's ever since mankind. It's predicated on that. But if you have all these pillars that I'm talking about disrupted, where you don't have God, country, and family, then you really accelerate the devolving of society. And we're seeing it right here. Now, I don't know the name of the operation, but there was a CIA operation that was going on. It probably is still going on, where they were actually using rap to actually help to control masses. Rap music. All right. And then you question, like, a lot of these people, where is this crime coming from? What do they listen to? And it's rap. Degrading women, degrading countries, degrading people. Gangster lifestyle is the way to be. That's what they're promoting. And they fell into the CIA trap. And now we have inner cities that are disrupted and breaking apart. It's a big problem.
Wow, that is way more than some casual relationship. The people who ran this business were in direct contact with this gang that was out robbing celebrities' homes. And that could mean one of two things. It could mean that the owners of this business have the cell phone numbers of a lot of people who bring them expensive stuff. After all, there's a lot of businesses on this street that have rare and expensive things. And the last thing you want is for your customer to be standing outside your front door with a briefcase full of this stuff in New York City. It would be incredibly bad for business if one of your customers was followed and tracked down while making a delivery. And if you're headed to a New York City pawn shop or jewelry exchange and you get there and the door's locked, that could be a big problem. So maybe the cell phone connection, not that big of a deal. Or it could mean that these guys were in cahoots and they were in contact with these criminals as they were premeditating which homes they were going to hit up. Only time will tell, however, if a business gets busted reselling knowingly stolen merch, which they may have helped the criminals steal, they could be going away for a long time. But even if they do, as we touched on earlier, the criminal element that is stealing all of this wealth is still going to be out there, which means the opportunity to profit from the sale of all those stolen items will still be there as well, and the opportunity to make money supplying these criminals with the one thing they need to do their dirty work, that's not going anywhere either. So criminals, gang members, thugs, there's a lot of people like that living in New York right now, and they need to arm themselves to get up in the morning and go about doing what they're here to do, which creates an opportunity for people in possession of things that are banned to sell them and make a lot of money because they've got a lot of customers who need those things to go about accosting others, stealing, robbing, home invading, etc. And sadly, this criminal opportunity has attracted people to New York who are just the absolute worst of the worst.
These are some of the worst criminals suspected Trent de Aragua gang members, allegedly making money selling guns on the streets of the city. But they had no clue they were selling to undercover NYPD officers. Police Commissioner.
So in New York, you've got so many criminals that one gang can make money arming other gangs who make money using those things, stealing and exploiting the rest of the city. And apparently this recent gang bust saw 10 members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua all busted for selling weapons. And apparently these criminals had quite an arsenal of fully automatic devices, and they were also in the United States without permission. But apparently they were making money supplying New York's growing criminal underworld with the tools of its trade. And they only came here because this is a sanctuary city with soft on crime laws and a defunded police force. Something that's pretty obvious to see when you look at the statistics around moped crime and how it's exploded here, with snatch and grab robberies in this city going from non-existent to a daily occurrence. But apparently arming an ever-growing population of criminals here locally wasn't enough for these guys, and they were exporting their operations to other states.
Cat says their criminal activity includes other crimes reaching further than the city.
And including Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Texas, Florida, Colorado.
When confronted during a buy and bust operation, the NYPD says the gang members put up a fight. Still detected.
So these guys, apparently, they didn't want to go down without a fight. The police knew coming into this that these were violent criminals. But it gets even worse because look at this. One of the guys that they took down has prior arrests for weapon possession. Now that's incredibly serious. Weapons are no joke here. You're not even allowed to have them in certain parts of town. And if you get caught with an illegal one, that's a felony, which is supposed to come with prison time. Yet this guy somehow still had his freedom. He was living life as a criminal without a care in the world. And what kind of backwards message does that send to people who want to come here and be dangerous? We got signs all over Midtown where I'm at.
Now think about this. We have all this crime that's going on, all this illegal immigration that's happening in New York. ICE is trying to deport these individuals, and you have Hochul more focused on trying to kick out Mayor Adams instead of solving the problem. Literally, New York City is Gotham in Batman. I'm serious. Gotham is for real.
And have weapons, yet when people get caught with them, nothing happens to them. That's why you've got people that are here selling them illegally. And that's why you've got people that are using them to commit crime all over town. And apparently also in other parts of the country where they're invading the homes of wealthy individuals to rob them and then sell whatever they stole on the streets of New York.
Tren de Aragua, or TDA, is a violent gang from Venezuela. On social media, police say they display their criminal enterprise and how they're expanding day by day here in the city.
They come here almost exclusively to commit and engage in criminality.
So there you have it. These gangs, these criminals, they didn't get here by accident. No, they came here because this is the perfect place to do what they want to do. And based on what our country's learned about some of these gangs, like this Tren de Aragua, everyone should have seen this coming. Because this one group in particular, they are human exploiters. It underpins every single crime they're involved in. And asylum seekers in New York City shelters reported being approached by gang members demanding that they join their gang and start committing crimes. Saying no would result in someone being branded an outsider, a fate nobody living in a government-funded homeless shelter that bans police from entering wants, because in these places the only morals come from the criminals that have taken them over. And of course these aren't the only criminals that have come here because of what New York City lets people get away with. We've got this theft ring of criminals from Chile who are here to do business and sell things to corrupt establishments that have a legitimate presence in this city. And we know that terror watch list suspects were apprehended at the U.S. southern border over the last few years and then disappeared into the country. This is incredibly frightening. And all of this crime and lawlessness is enabled by sanctuary city policies that bar the police here from cooperating with ICE. And when you stack on top of that our lax justice system, this entire place is just a playground for criminals to learn and perfect a trade they should never be engaged in the first place. What do you think about that? Are New York City's rules the reason we've got budding criminal empires sprouting up all over the place here? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
New York's got a lot of problems. New York has a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support your health and what I do. by getting the products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off. You need to take a multivitamin every day. All right. I have the multivitamin product available on my store now. I restocked it. So this multivitamin is easy to digest. That's important, especially when you're older. And by taking a multivitamin, what you're going to do is to say you're going to have the cofactors that you need for enzymatic activity. You have enzymes that help with cellular processes, but those enzymes don't work as well or work at all if you don't have certain vitamins and minerals. They're called cofactors. So taking a multivitamin gives you the cofactors that you need for proper enzymatic activity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take this multivitamin and couple it with some of the other products that I have to improve your health. You can go to the store and take a look at the label of what is provided in this multivitamin, but it's a high quality multivitamin that's easy to digest. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. Also, get the probiotics. You should be taking probiotics every day. Why? Because by taking a good probiotic, you're going to bring down inflammation in your gut. You're going to improve your metabolism. You're going to improve your energy, that energy absorption, your food absorption. By having lower inflammation in the gut, you're going to reduce leaky gut syndrome. With lower inflammation in the gut, you are reducing the chances of DNA damage and mutations in the crypt of your gut lining. So you're reducing the chances of having polyps. With a good gut biome, you're improving your immune system. The mucosal lining within your gut is going to be thicker and improved. So that means that your immune system is going to be better. That mucosal lining is a barrier, but it also has IgAs. IgAs are a type of antibody that is embedded in that mucosal lining to help with your immune system in your gut. So that's really important. But if you have a lot of inflammation, that mucosal lining shrinks and your barrier and your immune system is weakened. Well, you don't want that. So you need a good gut biome. In addition, having a good gut biome is going to improve the communication between your gut and your liver, and also your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to sleep better with a good gut biome. You're going to be able to have more mental acuity and clarity. And with a good gut biome, you're reducing the chances of early onset of dementia or Alzheimer's. So please pay attention, improve your health, and improve your gut. You can also improve your skin by having a better gut biome, and your hair and your nails. One of the signs to see if someone has a poor gut health is to look at the skin. So please go to my store, get the veggie cap version of the probiotic or the powdered version of the probiotic that I have. Both are very high quality probiotics. I prefer the powdered version because I also mix it with the collagen and the lignans and the boomer boost and the gladiator barley, right? So it's just easier for me to take it with the powder, but you can take the veggie cap version too. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 on any order and you get $5 off. All right, let's go to live now. They're talking about Mayor Adams. This is the New York City Comptroller.
To say there's no contingency plan, so he's unable to execute the duties of his office.
I mean, I guess, if the mayor's only responses to the resignation of his 4th deputy mayor mirror what he did yesterday on offensive rant with no attention to the continuity of his government, and that continues, I would probably reach a point where I would say he's unable to do the job, and I think most New Yorkers would agree. Hopefully it will go down a different path, but
appoint new deputy mayors? Does that solve the problem?
I mean, I think these are good questions. What a contingency plan is. Can he get those deputy mayors? Do those deputy mayors feel comfortable given the legal circumstances, or all the things we're going to have to see in the coming days, which is why I asked him for the plan.
I just wonder what your sense of how successful you would be in doing this, given the fact that you have got 4 or 5 people and 2 of the appointees are mayoral appointees.
I mean, I think this speaks to the fact that the ball was in the mayor's court. Again, I asked you to do the thought experiment. Like, there's a version of a contingency plan which comes back, which people would say that's a solid plan. Does that involve shifts in what's happening in his legal jeopardy? Maybe it does. You can imagine a path down which you would say, okay, I might not love it, that might not be my favorite set of choices, but that doesn't demonstrate inability. And down another path, if every response he has to the situation we're in is like what he had yesterday, I think there's a path where most New Yorkers would say, that is a mayor who is unable to govern, and which way it will go is in the hands of Eric Adams.
They're trying to kick him out.
All right, another live look at New York City here as we are listening in to New York City Comptroller Brad Lander after he's discussing this turmoil surrounding Mayor Eric Adams. And we also know that New York Governor Kathy Hochul said she's going to be meeting with key leaders today in Manhattan for a conversation on a path forward. All of this coming after Adams has been under increasing scrutiny since the Justice Department's second-in-command ordered federal prosecutors in Manhattan last week to drop his corruption case to ensure his cooperation in President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. Again, we do have to go away for our final 2-minute break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us.
All right. Let's go to General Keane on Fox Business.
Set to withdraw from Lebanon as part of the ceasefire deal, but will keep troops in 5 strategic positions despite the pullback deadline. Lebanon's president is calling for a full withdrawal, while Israeli officials say military presence in the south remains necessary. Meanwhile, talks on the phase 2 of Israel's ceasefire with Hamas have yet to start. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he's committed to President Trump's plans for Gaza. I spoke with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff on Sunday Morning Futures Sunday.
Well, Maria, phase 2 is a little bit more complicated than phase 1, but phase 2 is absolutely going to begin. I've actually had calls this morning, I can tell you, with Prime Minister Netanyahu, with Prime Minister Mohammed from Qatar, and as well with Director Hassan from Egypt, who is their Director of Intelligence. And we had very, very productive and constructive calls this morning about the sequencing of phase 2, setting forth positions on both sides so we can understand where we level set where we are today, and then continuing talks this week at a location to be determined so that we can figure out how we get to the end of phase 2 successfully.
Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane, back with us. General, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, delighted to be here, Maria.
So where are we, do you expect, on these talks for phase 2? Phase 2 in this Israeli-Hamas ceasefire was supposed to mean all of the hostages were released, and we still have hostages.
Yeah, so phase 1 is 42 days in length. It began on January the 19th, and it ends on March the 2nd. And, you know, there's dispute over the actual numbers of hostages remaining, but round numbers, somewhere around 70-ish is where we are, with the possibility about half of those may in fact be dead. So we've got considerable hostages that still have to be released prior to March the 2nd. And then phase 2 kicks in, and those negotiations were, you know, supposed to start well over a week ago. And the substance of them, as you just indicated in the interview Sunday, are just about to get started. Phase 2 is really tough because it asks for the complete withdrawal of all IDF forces out of Gaza. In other words, an end to the war. And secondly, Hamas is going to give up governance of Gaza and disarm. Those objectives neither party wants to achieve. The Israelis do not want to leave Gaza because they know that they're not going to leave Hamas in control of Gaza, and they don't want to leave thousands of Hamas soldiers still in Gaza. So in the back of the mind of the Israelis, they intend to go back into Gaza to finish the business that still remains unfinished, as I stated. And certainly Hamas is not going to give up control. So these two objectives of phase two have always been a bit irreconcilable, heading towards that. If something can be worked out, certainly to everyone's satisfaction, that would be great. But as I indicated, that is doubtful. Here's the issue also. If the hostages are not released, if there's a stall in these hostages, Israel will likely go back into Gaza as a result of the failure of Hamas to fulfill the deal in releasing the hostages.
Right.
So I think that the likelihood of returning to hostility is more definite than the likelihood we're going to have a complete truce here and an end to the war permanently.
Yeah.
While that's obviously an aspiration, it's not realistic given where both parties are.
Yeah, it's too bad, really. What a shame as Hamas pushes back on this idea that they will not be part of any governance of Gaza on the other side of all of this. And you've got a senior Iranian official warning the U.S. and Israel can't do a damn thing about Tehran's nuclear ambitions. And they're going to keep building its nuclear weapon after Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Netanyahu in Jerusalem. Netanyahu vowed to counter Iran's aggression while meeting with Rubio. Watch this.
I want to tell you that it's heard loud and clear here and everywhere else. Today, Secretary Rubio and I had a very productive discussion with our staffs on a number of issues. None of them are more important than Iran. Israel and America stand shoulder to shoulder in countering the threat of Iran. We agreed that the Ayatollahs must not have nuclear weapons. And we also agreed that Iran's aggression in the region has to be rolled back. Over the last 16 months, Israel has dealt a mighty blow to Iran's terror axis. Under the strong leadership of President Trump, and with your unflinching support, I have no doubt that we can and will finish the job.
General, what are your thoughts on...
Reimagine exceptional with the 2024 Buick Envision. Buick, exceptional by design. Get 0.9% APR, plus no...
General, what are your thoughts on that? Because I know that, Iran is pushing back, saying you're not going to stop us from building a nuclear weapon. But, at the same time, President Trump has instituted the maximum pressure campaign back on Iran. Is that going to be enough to stop them from pursuing this?
Yes, most definitely. I mean, the reality is Iran is back on its heels in a way it's not been in 44 years. Hamas and obviously Hezbollah have been seriously decimated. They've lost their strategic platform in Syria. They're military defenseless in being able to defend against any kind of substantive air attack in their country because their air defense systems have been eliminated by Israel. We have never seen Iran in this kind of a desperate situation. So what's left for them? To develop a nuclear weapon, to preserve the regime. That's what's left. And we've got to take that off the table. The United States and Israel agree. Try to get them to voluntarily dismantle with a date certain and absolute verification of that. And with the alternative is a U.S.-supported Israel strike to dismantle the nuclear enterprise. That is kind of where we are. Those are the two options, and those options will be executed in the next few weeks, one way or the other.
And then there's Russia and this Russia-Ukraine war. What are your expectations here? I mean, Russia just released an American citizen who was detained for quote-unquote drug smuggling. That was Caleb Wayne Byers, arrested in Moscow back on February 7th after cannabis-laced marmalade was allegedly found in his luggage. He's currently at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow awaiting a flight home. General, it's happening ahead of the U.S. and Russian officials meeting in Saudi Arabia today to discuss setting up a summit between Trump and Putin and ending the war on Ukraine. Ukrainian President Zelensky is warning that any talks will yield no results unless Ukraine is part of the discussion. Steve Witkoff told me Ukraine is part of the discussion, and just because it doesn't have a seat at that table today doesn't mean it's not part of it. Scott Bessent was just with Zelensky trying to do a deal for the rare earth minerals. Your reaction?
Yeah, well, I think that what this meeting is about, the key thing that took place last week was President Trump and President Putin talking to each other. And President Trump was feeling them out. Are you really serious about making a deal here? And Putin said yes. So this meeting is confirmation of that. Does Putin really want to make a deal, or is his conditions so difficult that we can't find some kind of a compromise? And the early indications, Russia has a very hardened position here. And what are we talking about? Well, number one, they want more territory that they're not even occupying, 30% more than the territory currently Russian troops are on. That's not going to happen. Secondly, they don't want Zelensky as an elected official. They want to have elections. Well, Zelensky is martial law, and he can't even hold elections. They want the Ukraine military to demilitarize, and then they want no security arrangement with Ukraine or any other country whatsoever. Those are pretty hardened positions, and this team, Trump's team there, Rubio, Walz, and Witkoff, will get a feel, I think, whether something is achievable. Are they willing to compromise on some of those conditions? And I'm confident Zelensky and his team will be involved in these negotiations. The president has said as much, and so have the key members of his negotiating team.
Well, you know that there will be lots of criticisms about any deal reached if Ukraine has to give up a lot of land, right, General?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Zelensky is not going to give up territory that Russia is not sitting on right now. As a matter of fact, Zelensky has territory himself in the Kursk area that he's likely going to use for negotiations.
I see. General, it's great to talk with you as always. Thank you.
If she just realized that, she's an idiot. That was obvious with Kursk. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these 2 supplements to boost up your immune system. Magnesium and zinc. This will help to boost up your immune system. You should be taking it every day. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose. Take 1 in the morning, take 1 in the evening. Drink it with filtered water. Boost up your immune system. Take magnesium and zinc every day. Vitamin C helps with your skin, but not just that, it helps to boost up your immune system. And if you're a sailor, it prevents you from having scurvy. So go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin C with the magnesium, boost up that immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose, drink it with filtered water. Now, let's talk about the core, all right? The core is 4 pillars that helps improve your health, all right? Slows down aging, boosts up your immune system. The first pillar is taking max 35 or max 14 to improve your immune system, to boost up your immune system. C60 soaks up free radicals. It's very potent. The third pillar, bring down inflammation. That's taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. And the fourth pillar is taking Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. So let's talk about the first pillar. Take max 14, all right? Take max 14 or max 35 every day. Take a teaspoon a day of it, swish in your mouth. It's a liquid. Swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then swallow. What's going to happen is you're going to improve your oral hygiene and your oral pharynx, and you're going to maintain that mucosal barrier and improve the epithelial lining of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. That means that you're going to be improving your immune system. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the max 14 or the max 35, take a teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. And then once you feel better, then go back to the maintenance dosage of a teaspoon a day. But I take max 35 or max 14 every day. Every day. And if I'm not feeling well, I'll take a double, I'll take a tablespoon or 2 a day. So it's something that you should be taking every day. Now what I want to do, let's pivot to Bloomberg. Let's see what's going on in the market right now.
I mean, isn't that a safe haven?
I think you make a really good point. A lot of what people are saying with gold is that it's being bought up by central banks. It has been. But at the same time, I clearly think that there's a market hedging or investors
you will come
hedging
in,
what to me is inflation.
I could go on about gold for an hour. Do we have an hour with Vince? We don't have an hour with Vince. Okay, because here, my favorite story from last week was the potential of Treasury to finally mark to market its gold holdings. You know that they mark all their gold at $42 an ounce? Is that right? As we're trading for $3,000, right? They can have an extra $800 billion pretty easily. Then you've got the Treasury's gold holdings. Are they really there? No one has checked since 1974. And by the way, physical gold is scarce on this side of the Atlantic. So the Wall Street Journal had a great piece over the weekend about investors just putting bars on commercial flights from London and bringing them over en masse. Something feels a little out of whack there in that market. Vince, thanks so much for joining us there. Vince Signorella, macro strategist for Bloomberg News. Fantastic column on the Bloomberg Terminal today by Mark Champion. He's a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, entitled "The Transatlantic Alliance as We Knew It." Question is it dead? Mark Champion joins us here. Mark, it's been a fascinating past couple, 3 days as it relates to the U.S.-European alliance that we all grew up with coming out of World War II. What's going on with the Trump administration and how they're viewing the transatlantic alliance?
Well, it was it was a huge shock in Europe. They expected, Vice President France to come and talk to them about Ukraine and about security and defense spending. But what he talked about and literally said that, we think that the threat within Europe of basically coming from the people who were in the room he was talking to is bigger than the threat from Russia or China or whatever. And what he was, then went on to talk about was that we no longer share values because you've abandoned them, free speech, democracy, etc. And that was really a big shock because, your NATO, as he said and has always been assumed, is a military alliance and a political alliance, which is based on the fact that, since World War II, the US and Europe saw themselves as fighting for democracy, against, other much more authoritarian ideologies.
Although we do the fighting mainly, right? Just the US.
Well, the US does a lot of the fighting. That's absolutely true.
We pay for it.
For better or worse, right? So that was, it was really a sort of signal that we no longer know what ground we're standing on. NATO's based on a very fragile Article 5, which says, if one is attacked, all of you, the whole alliance will come to its defense. And that's always been based, like a convention, based on trust, like so much. It's not, no enforcement, no requirement. So you listen very carefully to what your major ally that has the force that counts, that has the nuclear umbrella, what they say, and what it tells you, and what it tells your opponents about the willingness of the US to come to your aid if you are Estonia or Lithuania or indeed Poland. So yeah, it was a big moment.
It feels like deja vu all over again to me, Mark. I went to my first Munich Security Conference in 2017, right after the Trump administration had taken over. Donald Trump set Mike Pence at the time, and he was saying something to the effect of, we pay for all this stuff. We send our soldiers. You guys need to step it up. And it made huge waves at the time. I mean, yes, J.D. Vance's speech is fresh in our minds, and it is pretty shocking how much support he's thrown behind this far-right party in Germany. But this happened already in the first Trump administration, and Europe doesn't seem to have gotten with it. They haven't stepped up, with the exception of Poland you mentioned. They finally started spending a huge percent of their GDP, I think almost 5% now, at least 4%, on defense spending. But the rest of Europe, most notably Germany, just isn't doing its fair share.
Well, that's largely true, and I'm, critical of the fact that the things they're talking about doing now, in terms of a major increase and acceleration in defense spending, they should have been doing 10 years ago. And it's really too late now in many ways. There just isn't enough time. It's also true, though, that Europe, if you actually look at the numbers, has increased defense spending a lot. In the last 5 years or so. Including Germany, which was down at less than 1.4%.
They're spending zero. By the way, the German Bundeswehr was practicing with broomsticks because they didn't have enough rifles.
It was back then, and that has changed actually. They're still woefully, given the size of the German economy and the population, etc., still woefully, behind. Nevertheless, they are now spending more than 2%. And if you think about what 0.6% of the German economy is, that's a very substantial increase. You're talking about more than $100 billion.
So, Mark, in the European capitals today, in Brussels today, what is the feeling about this relationship? I mean, are people just saying we really need to plan for a world where it's kind of us against everybody else?
I think they are. I mean, I think they've known it for some time. They keep saying it and they know it, but these are extremely difficult, politically difficult, decisions to make. And it, remains unclear. The Poles have clearly bitten the bullet. But, the UK, is a really good example of a country that wants to do it and is, has been spending more than 2%, for a long time. But now they're sort of talking about an extra 0.2% of, GDP in response to the sort of current crisis. And it's really not going to make it. More or less, it will allow them to keep up with their sort of current posture. Because the defense inflation is pretty strong, so it's it is a very difficult proposition, and they keep saying that they understand it. I do think that there are going to be some important decisions made. For example, you had the European Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen, saying, okay, we finally have to change the fiscal rules to allow an exception for defense. So you don't count extra spending on defense in the cap on fiscal spending and your deficit. And Germany has opposed that for ages because they always, prioritize fiscal rectitude. But the Germans have now said, okay. So, in another moment, another time, that would be big news. But, because they're so behind, it kind of slides by.
It's so funny to me to see this all coming back again. I will never forget being posted in Berlin during the first Trump administration and meeting up with Dan Brighteon, the Secretary of Energy, over and over again, because he came to Berlin so many times to try and get the Germans to build LNG terminals so that they could buy gas from us instead of sending tens of billions of dollars per month to Moscow, right? Yep. Shocking to me at the time that Angela Merkel approved Nord Stream 2 post-Crimea. And it just seems like a mistake. Just to go back to the, we pay for everything and you get the free ride kind of story. Mark, what's your take on the tariffs? I know it's separate from, the defense spending, but you've been covering international politics for a long time. They tariff us like 20% on dairy and meat, and we tariff them in the single digits. They tariff us 10% on passenger cars, but we tariff them 2.5%. Is this just all a sort of post-war policy where we had to help out our little brother here to get on his feet and get a job and get his own apartment, turning to like now you're grown up and you've got to pay for yourself?
Right. I agree with Miller.
I would say, first of all, I would say you're cherry picking a little bit, and the tariff, the tariff situation is nowadays, quite a lot more equitable than that would suggest.
No. The world was in shambles after World War II. The United States was helping out. we were concerned about the Cold War, so we wanted to have the Western alliance. And it's never ended. They have always been sucking the tit of America. It's time to end. The smorgasbord is over.
Well, strong requires, great defensive growth, and they don't have it.
All right, Mark, we're going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much for your time. Mark Champion, columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. Check out his work on The Opinion. This is Bloomberg.
All right. We'll probably go back to RT. There's also some winter storm that's coming, so maybe we'll listen in on that. I'm not sure what's going on there. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Take this every day so you get the 3 cycles of REM sleep that you need in the deep sleep. Your body, when you're sleeping, goes through different cycles. You need about 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and to be well rested. Chronic sleep deprivation can lead to early onset of dementia. So you don't want that. Trust me. Also, taking the Goodnight Formula is going to allow you to detoxify that central nervous system. And when you're detoxifying your central nervous system, you're going to have healthier neurons and you're going to have better neuroplasticity. And you're going to improve your memory. So please take the Goodnight Formula. It has the tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Goodnight Formula, take it every night. Proper sleep is one of the holistic approaches for slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system. Now let me talk about this stack really quick. This is the 3rd pillar of the 4-pillar core that I was telling you about earlier. Taking ashwagandha root is going to bring down cortisol levels and help you control your glucose levels. So therefore, you're bringing down inflammation in your vascular system. Turmeric is a strong antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals and it brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. So it's going to bring down chronic inflammation. Lignans is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. It helps your immune system and your endocrine system. When you stack these together, you're really supercharging your body and bringing down that inflammation, soaking up those free radicals and bringing down the cortisol levels and controlling your blood glucose levels. So you are improving your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Now, people will go, how is it improving the cardiovascular system? By bringing down inflammation, you're reducing the chances of further plaque buildup. Inflammation is the first signal to creating plaque because that inflammation causes disruption on the intima of your blood vessels, your vascular system, and eventually you start building plaque. So you want to reduce that. You want to reduce the inflammation. So please go to my store, stack it. This is a great stack to help your immune system and your cardiovascular system. The turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. It's a great stack, and it's the 3rd pillar of this core health protocol that I've been talking about. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All caps, discount the number 5, you get $5 off. I want to get these products in your hand, and I'm doing the best that I can, trying to bring down the price and give you these different stacks that target multiple systems. So you get a good cost benefit ratio. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. With that said, let's go to RT. I want to listen to what they have to say. This is live from RT.
Going to present to the world public opinion if goes after Trump and sits with the Saudis and appear as begging. He didn't want to do that. He was informed today by all parties involved and concerned, and he gave up. It is very clever from his point of view because there is nothing he can learn from Americans now other than begging. The view he was going to present was sort of, I accept your, he would be saying to Americans that I accept everything you said, you are doing, you're not inviting me to this meeting with Russians and everything. And he didn't want to project this kind of appearance to the world.
Some more people who are obviously projecting the appearance that they're not offended that they weren't invited. European leaders, most of them, they've clearly been left out of the conversation. And they've now tried to turn it and say, we're not interested in resolving the conflict, we're going to send more weapons.
I mean, the British keep telling us for the last 3 years that they are ready to send more weapons to Ukraine. I don't know when they are going to do it, but the Europeans left out, that's for sure, by the United States, because they didn't participate fully in supporting this war in Ukraine. They simply egged Zelensky against Russia, and they didn't help, they didn't share anything, and so Trump saw there was no point having Europeans with him on the table. Of course, he is going to inform them at one point, and Zelensky today in Ankara also expressed his disappointment in Europeans, not very much on both sides, but he clearly said words to this effect that he was not ready. Ukrainians were not ready to accept talks about Ukraine without Ukraine. That's what he said, and I don't know. He looks down today. He looked really down.
Haki Ojal, journalist at the Milliet newspaper, thank you very much for your time, for speaking to us about today's.
Zelensky knows he's losing the edge. He lost the gravy train for conducting the war because the United States is pulling out, all right? And he doesn't have negotiating leverage, and he knows it. And he wants to pretend that he has some sort of leverage, and he really doesn't. And he's begging Euro whiners to help him.
Are part of this same West. How can this be? Well, apparently it can be. High-level Russian-American contacts are causing real hysteria among Euro-Atlantic Ruskos. We're witnessing what seems to be an unprecedented phenomenon in international relations,
Right.
the imposition of their own participation in the negotiation process.
This is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia Federation.
Mindset of producing a hybrid war with our country until the last Ukrainian. Look again at European Commissioner for Defense Andris Kubilius, who tirelessly insists that a just world is impossible without increasing Ukraine's power. But take a look at Ukraine. I'm addressing the EU representatives now. What have you done to that country? Look at the people, the citizens of this nation. What kind of power are you trying to increase?
While in Riyadh, talk was focused on resolution, cooperation and dialogue. Over in the EU, the tone is different, with the Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen pledging to ramp up arms supplies to Kiev. The Hungarian PM said the EU has long missed its opportunity to play any real role in restoring peace.
Financially and militarily, Europe has brought more to the table than anyone else, and we will step up. We want to partner with the US to deliver a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Now is a critical moment.
The leaders of the great countries of Europe missed the moment when they could have taken the initiative on the Russian war in Ukraine. EU institutions are not capable of an initiative. The Council and the Commission are composed of bureaucrats. There is no innovation. All that comes from there is the daily grind. No political vision or leadership.
Well, let's cross live now to Ilyas Igado, former information attaché at the Nigerian diplomatic missions in Germany and the UK. Very good to have you with us this Tuesday. I want to start off by asking you actually about the location of the talks. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, it's not a Western capital.
You know, it's not Washington, it's not London, it's not Paris, it's not Geneva, where we might traditionally expect to see events of this scale. Is it meaningful in terms of the role of the global South and the new world order?
Well, I think it's significant that the talks are taking place in Saudi Arabia, because I think if you're looking for a neutral venue for such important strategic talks, Saudi Arabia is probably one of the best at this moment. If you held that talks in somewhere in Europe, there will be a lot of pressure, necessary pressure, to bring to bear on the talks. And if you have it somewhere far away, perhaps maybe it should be looked at as, you know, kind of it's inappropriate venue. So Saudi Arabia is not actually off the beaten track, but it's also a very important venue that could give the kind of you know, relaxed atmosphere for a serious discussion like this. And I believe that the choice was quite deliberate, because Saudi Arabia can provide the facility, and it's also a meeting point for a lot of things happening within the region and of course within Europe. And don't forget that Saudi Arabia is not too far away from, you know, Ukraine, and Saudi Arabia has quite a, you know, a climate relationship with the United States of America. So I think that provides a very, very important second and very, very significant perspective. And I think it's appropriate that it is in Saudi Arabia.
I also want to ask you, I think everyone expected almost a dramatic breakthrough when it came to the conflict in Ukraine. But what was interesting is that on the American team, a certain man called Keith Kellogg, who of course is the point man for the war, wasn't there. What does that mean? Does it mean that here the focus actually wasn't on Ukraine, it was about the US and Russia? Ukraine is a small part of that relationship.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at that, because the aim of President Trump, and he came to power, even before he came to power, was America first. And quite a number of you know, fences, a number of walls need to be mended. And of course, it's like he's trying to, President Trump administration is trying to kill several birds with one stone. America first, and looking also at the issues that are, you know, that are, you know, have been engaging America over the past decade. And so, of course, it will not be out of place to expect that. The Americans will look at trying to see how they could, you know, reset the relationship they have with Russia. Don't forget, Russia is a very important country. It's in terms of its engagement strategically with other parts of the world. And of course, for the past, since the Ukrainian war took place, you know, started, Russia has been, so to speak, out on limb. And of course, it's not something that many Americans would like. They would want the Russians in, while so that they can have discussions, meaningful discussions with them about, you know, a lot of things in Europe, the world, and all that. So it's now, reality has set in. Americans are looking at a number of issues. Some of the issues they want to discuss about American, you know, America itself, American relationships with the world, of which Russia is a very important factor. So I think, yes, it's one of those issues that they would think about. Look, yes, we're not talking about Ukraine, but look, it's all within the architecture of resetting American, you know, American engagement with the world. And of course, this is one of those things that we have to take into consideration.
Well, we thank you very much for your time. I'm afraid we no longer have any time ourselves. That was Ilyas Gadju, a former information attaché at the Nigerian diplomatic missions in both Germany.
Right. We're probably going to go to Mayor Eric Adams' update. I guess there was a New York City police officer that was shot today. I think let's just go in. This is breaking, I think.
Narcotics use and sales. We're angry that this man is back on our streets, possesses yet another firearm, and ultimately shoot an NYPD officer.
His mic is really bad, so the recording on this is going to be terrible. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a better feed from another channel. But it looks like a police officer was shot. Oh, maybe they fixed the feed. Hold on.
For bad guys with guns, to get them off our streets.
And I just visited him and his family, his son and his wife. He's in good spirit and just wants to get back to work. That is his desire. He takes pride and courage to do the job. It takes pride and courage to do the job of running towards danger while others run away. It takes courage to put your life at risk for others, to answer the call for service. And today's investigation could have turned deadly quickly, but thankfully our injured officer and his colleagues are now safe. And the people of New York City are safer because this violent offender is off our streets. I'll be praying for his quick recovery, and I want to thank him and all of the NYPD officers who place their lives on the line every day. Thanks to our brave officers and committed public servants. Their efforts is allowing our city to continue to be the safest big city in America. This time, I will turn it over to Police Commissioner Tish for more.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Earlier this morning at approximately 8:18, an NYPD ESU detective was shot in an apartment building in the Vladeck houses, confines of the 7th Precinct. He was in that building doing the job that we asked him to do, the incredibly dangerous work of taking illegal guns and the violent criminals who use them off of our streets. The details of this morning's incident are as follows. Field intelligence officers from PSA 4 had received information that there were firearms at the location, and a search warrant was obtained. That search warrant was executed by members of our emergency service unit at approximately 5:09 this morning. The team gained entry and immediately were fired upon by the perpetrator inside the apartment. The perpetrator fired 5 to 6 rounds at our cops. One struck our officers' ballistic shield. Our officers exercised restraint. They did not return fire at that time, and the team tactically repositioned into the hallway. At this point, the perpetrator barricaded himself in the apartment with a couch upright blocking the doorway. The hostage negotiation team responded and were able to make contact with the perpetrator over FaceTime, also getting his family involved to try to do everything possible to de-escalate the situation. We also had information that there was possibly a female in the apartment with the perpetrator, perhaps being held hostage. The suspect eventually disengaged contact with our officers, and at 8:18 this morning, the team attempted to move the couch, which was inside the apartment, out of the doorway. While our officers were in the doorway, the perpetrator shot multiple rounds at our officers again, this time striking an ESU detective with 1 round in the left shoulder, narrowly missing critical vessels and nerves that could have been life-ending. Officers then returned fire, striking the perpetrator multiple times. He is currently at Bellevue Hospital in not likely condition. Our detective was also brought here to Bellevue Hospital in stable condition. I just spent time with the detective and members of his family, and as the mayor said, I am pleased to report he is in good spirits and all indications are that he will make a full recovery. But let me be extremely clear. This could have ended very differently, and we should not have been at his door this morning in the first place. The suspect, 35-year-old Edwin Rivera, is a career criminal, a convicted felon with multiple priors for gun possession and narcotics. He has been on parole 4 times, and he is actually on parole today. And I want to be very clear that today is not the only time that Mr. Rivera has been arrested while out on his current parole. He was previously arrested on November 6, 2024, for criminal possession of stolen property and resisting arrest. The Manhattan DA only charged him with resisting arrest. And so sadly and predictably, and although he was on active parole, he was released the very next day. So the real question here
This is a
this.
failure of the DA in New York City to actually prosecute crime and stop the crazy violence that's on the streets of New York. Alan Braggs is at fault here. He was more focused on going after Trump than going after real criminals on the streets of New York. And now we had an officer that got shot and could have died. And Hochul is more worried about kicking Mary Adams out because he is trying to clean up the streets of New York with the illegal aliens and the crime syndicate that has evolved over time in New York. Welcome to Gotham.
This unit who put their lives on the line every day in some of the most dangerous assignments. Thank you. Scott.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Today, New York City and NYPD are extremely fortunate that we are not planning a funeral for our hero detective who got shot and injured in the line of duty. This incident, once again, underscores the dangers faced by the NYPD detectives.
Mm-hmm.
The union's first
And
priority
these
is ensuring
dangers that are elevating for the NYPD and for just the citizens at large in New York City is because of failure of the judicial system prosecuting these criminals. They're not doing it. They're letting them off. You know why? Because they're minorities. They're playing a DEI game over at the Justice Department that's tied to New York. Alan Braggs is a failure. He's a complete failure to New York City because he was so focused on doing lawfare with Trump, so focused on the big TV, news feed, so he can get up on a podium and say how he was going to try to take down Trump. Meanwhile, one criminal after another was let off easy, if prosecuted at all. Some of them were just let off with nothing, just a slap on the wrist. And city council meetings, and people would start asking questions. Why is the crime not being prosecuted? Why do you just let this happen? Oh, we got to give him a second chance and a third chance and a fourth chance and a fifth chance. And look at what just happened. A police officer shot because you had easy on crime policies at the DA. Too many lawyers not doing their job.
Your officer was shot in the arm. Was that as police were going in or bringing the door? Please talk about the timeline of events.
So the officers were initially making entry at 5:04 in the morning, where they're fired upon. They said they tactically move out of the hallway. They use a lot of restraint. They don't fire back because they don't know exactly what's going on in the apartment. They reposition themselves, and then they decide to make re-entry again. This time the officer is shot in the left shoulder. So there's two entries made. The initial entry, the officers are shot in the ballistic shield. They reposition, they make a second entry, the officer is shot in the left shoulder. That is correct.
All right. It's a big problem in Gotham, and it's because liberal DAs pushing, these woke agendas where they wanted to let off easy minorities, but they'll go after Daniel Penny that's actually trying to protect people on the MTA. And he had to be, spend money and go through a whole court system. He was found not guilty, but the thing is the DA wanted to go after whites. The DA never goes after blacks and other minorities. And this is what happened, right? That policy at the DA with Alan Braggs, ended up having this kind of situation emerge. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. This helps to reduce the load on your pancreas. When you get older, your pancreas doesn't work as well. You need to give it some support. Take the digestive enzyme complex and it'll help you to break up your carbohydrates, your proteins, and your lipids. If you're an athlete, take this so you can break up your pre and post fueling for your workout. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. Take it every day. Reduce the load on your pancreas. Vitamin B complex, really important. The first 4 vitamin B, 1 through 4, guess what? It helps with your mitochondrial health through the electron transport chain. That means that you're going to improve your energy levels. You'll have more ATP. Also, vitamin B complex helps with your cellular metabolism. And B12 helps to protect your neurons. When you get older, like 40 years of age plus, guess what? You should be taking vitamin B complex to protect your neurons and improve your metabolism, boost up those energy levels. People don't protect their neurons enough. You need to activate the neurons by different exercises, cardiovascular, definitely resistance training, stretching, balancing exercises are really important to activate the cerebellum, and taking supplementation to protect the neurons. And I tell you what supplements to take. And B complex is one of those supplements that protect your neurons. Omega-3, this helps with your cardiovascular health. It brings down LDL levels, increases your HDL levels, reduces the stickiness of your red blood cells, so you're not overclotting, and it brings down systemic inflammation. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You take this omega-3 every day to improve your cardiovascular health. All right. That said, let's go to, not sure if should we go to France 24 or should we go to AI and gender equality? We're going to go to Bloomberg.
Make these, really strong commitments to climate. We saw these climate alliances for financial institutions take off. So in 2021, we saw all the major banks sign up to the Net Zero Banking Alliance and sign on to reduce their emissions in line with 1.5 degrees, their financed emissions. We've actually now seen all of the major US banks, Canadian banks, and a couple of other international banks pull out of the Net Zero Banking Alliance in just the past few months. And that's in direct response to the sort of switch in political pressure. None of these banks have actually, pulled back their internal commitments, and particularly their sustainable financing commitments. So while they may see it very, very difficult to decrease their finance emissions and their support for fossil fuels, when the administration is pushing a drill baby drill agenda, none of these banks want to stop supporting what they still view as the future, which is these low carbon technologies. And so if it is profitable, if the returns are there, they are still going to be financing wind, they're still going to be financing solar. But that key question remains here in the US is, will the tax incentives that made some of these projects profitable, will they remain in an administration that's not prioritizing it?
What banks are doing well, and maybe which banks are kind of lagging?
Yeah, so a lot of the banks in Europe have really high ratios for all the reasons we might expect. A favorable policy environment for renewables. They're not oil and gas exporting countries. So BNP Paribas had a ratio of more than 3 times as much low carbon financing as fossil fuels. That's actually up from 1.4 in 2022. And so they've more than doubled their ratio. And they did that primarily by shrinking their support for fossil fuels. So they said, we're not underwriting bonds for oil and gas expanders anymore. That is a pretty European specific strategy. That's not going to work for a Canadian bank. It's not going to work for a US bank. Among the US players, the highest ratio is about 1.04. So Bank of America financed about equal parts low carbon solutions and fossil fuels. And that's primarily in part because of their long-standing participation in the labeled debt markets. So underwriting green bonds or green loans.
I wonder about specifically the finances to support a nuclear kind of revitalization. I always think it's an exciting story because of the vast amount of power it can provide, but it seems like a moonshot in terms of how much it would cost to actually build nuclear plants and how long it takes, how much regulation, red tape there is around it. I mean, we saw, I think, one plant open in Georgia.
And 3 Mile Island.
And 3 Mile Island's gonna come back on, right? But it just takes so much money and time to get these things going.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, it is, great that nuclear is sort of comparable in what it can power to coal, right? Base load, it's sort of dispatchable, and cheap once it,
No. Nuclear power, the way with these fission reactors, what do you do with the waste? What happens when there's a catastrophe? Low probability, but extremely high impact, and it just radiates for, the next 10,000 years. How do you clean it up? You can't. So guess what? No more fission reactors. Now, fusion reactors and researching that makes a lot of sense because when it's easy to shut down, and not only that, it's a very abundant amount of energy if you can get it to be sustainable. More research has to be conducted in fusion reactions, but fission, nuclear power plants of today's design? No, absolutely not. Because the black swan, when it does happen, is such a catastrophe. How do you clean up the mess? Not just that, what happens when you're decommissioning the plant after its usage? What do you do? What do you do with the land? What do you do with all of the nuclear waste? Oh, we can reprocess it, but there's a lot of other stuff that can't be reprocessed. Oh, we can reprocess the tubes, the uranium tubes, or whatever, the fuel rods. Well, maybe. But the thing is, what about the gloves and the hats and the garments? What about all of the electronics? What about the actual reactor? What are you going to do? It's radioactive for thousands of years. But it's clean. It's really clean. Stupid. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This is a very high quality toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to buy. It's a little bit more expensive, but it is the best toothpaste that you can buy. It has no fluoride in it. It has the structural nano silver. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and improve your gum line. And by having good oral hygiene, you're going to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. Structural nano silver will neutralize pathogens that grow plaque. So guess what? You're going to get healthier. Please go to my store, get a few tubes of this toothpaste, get this very high quality toothpaste, use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. Get a few tubes for your household. It's a great product that you should be using every day. And again, this is the best toothpaste you can buy. You can't go anywhere else to get a better toothpaste. This is the best. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this toothpaste. And by the way, stop supporting Alex Jones. Do you really think that his supplements are making him look younger? Everything that I am talking about, I take. And I tell you how to mix and match it to improve your health. And the proof is in the pudding. I haven't been aging. Or if I am aging, I'm aging very slowly. Let's put it that way. All right? You look at Alex Jones, the last 5 years, he's aged a lot. You look at DrPaulCottrell, Dr. Paul Cottrell doesn't look like he's aged at all. Go to my store and get the toothpaste. Now, collagen, really important. Why? It helps with your skin. It helps with your joints. It helps with your ligaments and your tendons, your bone structure, your musculature. So please go to my store, get the collagen, take it every day. This is a month's supply. You get a big scooper. You can mix it with soft foods like hummus and yogurt. Some people just mix it with filtered water, or they have a smoothie that they mix it with, or they mix it with milk. Some people do that too. It's up to you how you want to take it. I mix it with soft foods, but I take this powder with a bunch of other powders. So it's just easier for me to do. But take this collagen every day. It has a very extensive amino acid profile that you can read online if you want to spend the time and look up what's in here. But take this every day. It's very high quality, all right? And it's made in the USA. So please take the collagen and improve those joints in your skin, right, and your bones. Now, do the resistance training, and you're going to get that improvement with the bone density and improvement on your joints. And if you listen to the protocol that I have, you can actually reverse or eliminate osteoarthritis. But it takes time to do that. It takes about 9 months. But the thing is take collagen, improve your joint health, improve your bones, improve your skin. If you take vitamin C and drink filtered water, the collagen and the vitamin C will actually cross-link and improve the dermal layer of your skin. This will also improve your hair and your nails. So please go to my store and get this very high quality collagen. All right, you can get collagen at a cheaper price somewhere else. You're not going to get the same quality. See, some people go, well, it's a little expensive. Well, there's a reason for that, because almost everything on my store is like buying a Ferrari. All right, you're getting the highest quality that I can give you. All right, so if you want to find something cheaper, it doesn't necessarily mean it's higher quality or even at par in terms of quality. So please go to my store, get the high quality collagen, and improve your health. Make sure you do some resistance training and to improve your skin. Take the vitamin C and drink the filtered water, about 64 ounces a day, and you'll get that cross-linking and it'll help with the dermal layer. All right, with that said, let's, where do we want to go? Live news. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Is elephant hunting? I just don't know if the elephant's out there. I mean, the one name that he bought in the quarter, new buy, was Constellation Brands, which is a beverage maker. I don't know a ton about them.
Modelo,
yeah.
Corona.
He bought Domino's in the quarter before, so he's a pizza and beer kind of guy as opposed to banks. By the way, cut a ton of Citigroup stock as well. About 75% of the stock that they held in Citigroup, they sold.
More understandable.
Yeah.
But the stocks have been moving higher. So, I mean, again, are we at the point now with Berkshire Hathaway? Dude, I put up Citi against like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and we're underperforming all of them.
I went downhill the day I left.
So where do we go with the Warren story? I mean, I would argue that nothing's going to happen in his lifetime. That maybe when he passes, then maybe some of these new managers will change and return cash or make some bigger acquisitions in areas that maybe he wasn't comfortable with.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I've been covering the company for 5 years now. We didn't cover it before in my previous job. In watching him, we lost Charlie Munger, right? His tone he's always been aware of his mortality and talked about that, but the tone is like, I am passing the torch, and that is just more and more apparent every year. So you got Greg Abel, who is the heir apparent CEO. Buffett will often praise his capital allocation skills, say he thinks like me. He was involved in the Japan investments they made. I do think he takes a fresh look at Berkshire, maybe get a dividend. Maybe and he's an energy guy, so maybe they bulk up the energy operations. I don't know, but I think you probably see some change coming in the next regime.
It's amazing that this guy, pizza and beer, right? He drinks Coke all day long. He drinks multiple Coca-Colas.
So at the annual meeting, he would sit there with Munger. They would eat the See's candy and chase it with a Coke, and it made my teeth hurt just looking at the way they do it.
He's 94 years old and he's in fantastic shape. I mean, he's completely lucid, right?
He seems to be very sharp. At the annual meeting, he sits up there and answers questions for hours. I would say, look, completely understandably, he seems old. He just seems older and kind of a little bit slower.
Again, he's 94 years old.
Exactly, right? But still incredibly sharp, great insights. And I could see him going for another couple of years. I don't know. It's a tough one to kind of gauge that, but I think he's still completely sharp.
It's important to realize that some people will age, and assuming they're not on an anti-aging protocol, they'll age and they're declining at a steady rate and then it accelerates. There are other people that have aged there's a lot of research in this. They've done brain studies of geriatrics where they follow the people for 20 years or 10 years or whatever. I think it's 20 years. And then when they die, they actually do an autopsy of their brain and do brain slices and they analyze the brain. And another cohort group is that they're very active, all right, and they're not their brain function is really good, all right, all the way into their 80s, 90s. And then all of a sudden, rapid dementia, rapid, all right? And they're trying to understand why that is. So again, let's go back. You have some people that they decline with their cognitive function steadily, and it gets worse and worse, and then it accelerates, all right? And this is over years. There's another group that's very active, and they are very sharp, and they still can do mathematics, and their articulation with sentence structure is right up there, all right? And they're in their 90s, 94, 95, and then all of a sudden, 2 years or less, rapid dementia, all right? I suspect that's what will happen to Warren Buffett. It will be rapid dementia. And I'm sure I'm the first one on YouTube, on Rumble, to ever say that on Warren Buffett. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin D3. This is a gene expression cofactor. It helps cells to express the genes it needs for proper cellular processes. D3 also helps to absorb calcium, and D3 helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. Now, D3 will help with bone health, but also with cardiovascular health, especially when you couple it with K2. K2 and D3 together is a great stack for your cardiovascular health and your bone health. Do some resistance training, take calcium, either drink milk or take a supplement, take the D3 and the K2, and with that, you're going to be building bone density, all right, over time. Also, this is a great stack for cardiovascular health, all right? Why? It helps to prevent the calcium from depositing around plaque that's already formed. A lot of plaque gets stabilized by what happens is there's calcium deposits that start to take place around these plaque formations. So when people, let's say, get a calcium screening, that's what the screening is looking for, is those calcium deposits. So you can reduce that from forming by taking the D3 and the K2. And I have an extensive protocol and stack called the Longevity Cardiovascular Stack that gives you all the supplements that you need to take every day to actually reduce plaque formation and slowly shrink the plaque that has already formed. So make sure you take a look at that longevity cardiovascular box. But this is a great stack for bone health and for cardiovascular health. Now, to improve the cardiovascular health, also take nattokinase. It breaks up clots because it's fibrinolytic, but also it brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. That means it's helping to improve your lipid profile. It's helping to improve your total cholesterol. So when you take these together, you're improving your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Get these different stacks that I've been talking about for the last 2.5 hours, all right? And get healthy. It works. And not only that, it's what I do every day. All right. Let's go back to, I don't know. I think we should go to France 24 here.
To talk. They really focused on the fact that they were talking, that the US and Russia were talking at a high level was already a very positive step. So a lot of congratulations there from both sides, saying that these talks were successful, that they were fruitful, and of course the fact that they are talking about really focusing on these diplomatic missions. So the embassies is in itself key to what happens next. And this is something that does not date back.
What's even more important is not just the de-escalation of the war in Ukraine and having an opening dialogue between the United States and Russia, like Trump said just a couple days ago. He wants to reduce nuclear weapons. We may actually see something between Trump and Putin that's very similar to Reagan and Gorbachev. And wouldn't that be so nice to reduce the nuclear weapons? Because we've been under a Damocles of nuclear weapons since the Cold War, and it's never stopped. We wake up and at any given moment, we could be radiated. But we keep on pretending that we're not under that threat. But that's a real issue. And we may actually reduce the number of nuclear weapons on all sides. China, United States, Russia. So that's another reason why really having good dialogue with Russia could be a good thing for everybody, because you still want to live with the Damocles of nuclear weapons in 2025, 2026, 2040, 2060, 2000, in 2100? Or is it about time that mankind actually talks about de-escalating the nuclear threat? What a great idea, but the national security state doesn't want to hear that, because then you're taking away their power. Because guess what? If there is a nuclear war, you're not going to benefit from it, but the national security state will, because they are in line for the continuity of government.
It is as fighting forces or as eventual peacekeepers.
We explained to our counterparts that President Putin had many times underscored that NATO expansion and Ukraine's entrance is a direct threat to the interests of the Russian Federation, a direct threat to our
And think
sovereignty.
about it. If there's expansion of NATO eastward towards Russia and reducing the buffer, that Ukraine is the natural buffer between the Western Alliance and Russia, all right? And if NATO keeps on expanding, do you think that there's a chance to actually de-escalate nuclear weapons? Or do you think the chance that there's going to be an escalation of nuclear weapon development? The international policy gurus are literally walking us down a road to Armageddon in terms of nuclear war. And they have been doing this ever since World War II and have never stopped. But you don't benefit from it. But these 4-star generals with all those medals that they didn't earn and can't win a fucking war, they'll be in a bunker when everything goes up in flames.
The United States. And I think that it's very interesting to see what Sergei Lavrov said, because he knows that it's not going to be NATO troops if there are any troops. So what he's saying is basically anyone who sends any troop that is a member of NATO, even if they're sent under peacekeeping, under EU, under national flags, that will be unacceptable to them. So he's trying to preempt that idea, which is of course something that has been put forward by the French, by the UK, discussing the security guarantees. This is something that the Ukrainians have been pushing for. They said, we can't just take Vladimir Putin at his word and say, we're going to stop the fighting, we're going to agree to a ceasefire. We want security guarantees. Right now, the Americans are not really saying how they would be involved in those security guarantees, but Mike Waltz, after that meeting with the Russians, did say that there would have to be discussions about security guarantees. And so what you're seeing is basically Russia taking what is being given to them and going even further, asking for more, even before these negotiations have started. And at the same time as the conversations were happening, the foreign ministry spokesperson also added an extra demand from the Russians. Gone is just agreeing to say that Ukraine should not be going into NATO. They want basically NATO to strike what happened in 2008 at Bucharest and basically strike that promise that
Look
was
at the bias
officially
with
made.
look at bias with Bloomberg. U.S. Russia teams talk war without Ukraine, Europe. Why didn't they write U.S. Russia teams talk peace without Ukraine and Europe? See, even Bloomberg is trying to demonize Trump and his policies. Because Orange Man must be bad all the time, according to Bloomberg.
Volodymyr Zelensky, who was in Ankara, warmly welcomed by Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who in turn offered his mediation services, and which sounds like a very different public message from that heard from Donald Trump when it comes to Ukraine's legitimate right to sovereignty.
In my meeting with Mr. Zelensky, I expressed Turkey's strong support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence.
You only have sovereignty if you can protect your borders. If you can't protect your borders and win a fucking war, you don't have a sovereignty. It's that simple. It pretty much goes in line with the politics of in the international policy of Professor Mearsheimer. It's all about power projection. And obviously, Ukraine doesn't have it.
But Volodymyr Zelensky's trip to Turkey.
Well, at that press conference with President Erdogan, he was seen taking, I think, stand the line against the Americans than he's taken so far. Only a few days ago, he was still lavishing Donald Trump with praise and hoping that the American president would surprise everyone by actually putting his foot down against Putin. It's clearly been a very tough few days for the Ukrainian president, who has to walk a fine line, remaining diplomatic with the Americans, who until recently at least were his biggest ally, but also appearing to take a firm stand and saying quite clearly that any agreement that is concluded without the participation of Ukraine, and he was already saying Europeans, and now he's added Turkey to the list, should be included, will be unacceptable. Now, the Americans, Marco Rubio, has said that they're not going to do any deal that isn't acceptable to all parties. So perhaps you could say that they're still taking the Americans at their word in a sense, but at the same time, they have been, Zelensky, particularly critical of the way the Americans have made concessions essentially to Vladimir Putin, saying a lot of things that Vladimir Putin, that gives pleasure to Vladimir Putin. I think that was how Volodymyr Zelensky put it. on him that the arguments that he was making are not really working. The idea that he could convince Donald Trump that America's best interest actually lay in defending Ukraine and not in patching things up with Russia, the US administration doesn't seem to be really receiving those arguments, at least not for now.
And we're getting published reports, Gulliver, of the Trump administration tightening the screws on Ukraine. The Daily Telegraph reporting on a leaked document that was submitted to the Ukrainians on February the 7th, which basically asked for $500 billion worth of precious minerals or rare earth minerals, whatever's in the ground in Ukraine as collateral.
Yes, the Daily Telegraph article does the math and calculates that that's more than the reparations that were imposed on Germany after the First World War at the Treaty of Versailles, when surely it ought to be Russia that is paying and not Ukraine for this. I think that's slightly hyperbolic. It's hard to know exactly how to interpret the document, because whether we're talking about resources that are already being exploited and, as it were, are known, or potential future resources that the Americans would have to invest a lot in trying to get out of the ground, and it's not really clear how exploitable they are. I think that it's not at all clear that there actually is 500 billions worth in Ukraine. But the main thing is they proposed that and wanted the Ukrainians to sign it without any security guarantees having been put on the table by the United States, which was supposed to be what the Ukrainians were going to get in return for this generous offer of sharing their resources, which actually it was Volodymyr Zelensky who came up with it in the first place last October. So, I mean, there the Ukrainians refused to sign it, and then the sequence of events as well. All these talks without Ukrainian participation and cozying up to Russia.
Kevin Gorgistani, you talked earlier about Sergei Lavrov upping the ante. Is the Trump administration upping the ante on Ukraine? We heard Marco Rubio 4 times during that press conference talk up the possibility of big deals that could happen if all goes to plan.
Well, we've said it many times before, and it's clear that Donald Trump is a transactional president. And so obviously you have Marco Rubio talking about the fact that if everything stopped now and there was peace, the United States and Russia could once again become economic partners. Then you have this deal with the Ukrainians. So obviously this is something that they're taking into account. It's interesting because in the article of the Daily Telegraph, they also quote Lindsey Graham, one Republican senator who was in Munich and who was framing this deal in Ukraine as a possible security guarantee for the Ukrainians, saying if he can go to the American people and say Ukraine's not a burden, it's a benefit. So it's a way of selling support for Ukraine to the Americans. But more importantly, he says, if we sign this minerals agreement, Putin is screwed because Trump will defend the deal, i.e. if he has skin in the game, economic skin in the game, he will more likely go to the defense of the Ukrainians if Putin tries this again, unless something else happens, rather than simply saying we will protect you or we will give you security guarantees without skin in the game.
All right, so perhaps it could be viewed as protection money by some. We'll be asking our panel, of course, in the France 24 debate. Kevin Gorgistani, I want to thank you. I want to thank Gulliver Cragg for joining us there from Kyiv. In other news, Lebanon pressing Washington and Paris to help it keep the terms of a ceasefire with Israel on the reins. A deadline has passed for Israel to withdraw all of its troops from southern Lebanon this Tuesday, but the Israeli army stayed in 5 strategic locate points, as it calls it. Antonio Kerrigan has more.
Here in southern Lebanon, near the border, the Israeli army have withdrawn from the town of Yarun, and it's a picture of devastation. But Lebanese citizens are nevertheless relieved, at long last, to return home.
It's an indescribable feeling. No words can express it. And it's all thanks to the blood of the martyrs who are still on the ground and haven't yet been buried.
But Israel announced on Monday that its withdrawal would not be as complete as agreed, and that this was the fault of Hezbollah.
We are temporarily remaining in 5 strategic high points
necessary for our security.
The US-France brokered deal in late November required Israel to withdraw from southern Lebanon and the removal of Hezbollah fighters and weaponry from there too. Israel claims that Hezbollah have not honoured their side of the bargain. Lebanon's territorial integrity is important to the newly anointed government in Beirut, who have said they will not accept a single Israeli remaining on their territory.
We're referring this to the UN Security Council, which approved Resolution 1701 and urged it to take the necessary measures to address the Israeli violations and compel Israel to immediately withdraw to the international borders in compliance with the UN resolution.
Meanwhile, Hezbollah have repeated that the responsibility for Israeli withdrawal lies with Beirut. Over 100,000 people remain internally displaced in Lebanon, and Israeli strikes in the south have persisted long after the ceasefire was signed.
For more, let's cross to Washington. Aaron David Miller is a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, a former U.S. diplomat. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
Thanks for having me.
The Israelis not fully withdrawing, as has been the case since this ceasefire deal was inked. There have been both sides at times testing it. Now the Israelis testing it. Is there going to be any pushback?
Pushback from whom? Pushback from the Trump administration. The administration obviously agreed to one extension. I think the deadline was January 26th, and it's February 18. I suspect the Israelis will maintain those 5 positions on the high ground, probably for some time to come. You know, what's temporary in the Middle East, to quote Foreign Minister Gideon Saar, or at least I'm paraphrasing, he said that the Israelis will remain in temporary control of these sites. But in the Middle East, we know what's temporary can easily be converted into something more permanent. So I suspect the broad outlines of the deal will hold. I think both Hezbollah and Iran and the current Israeli government have a strategic, not just a tactical, a strategic interest in toning down, tempering down, but not ending for the moment, the conflict that began on October 8th, Hezbollah attacked northern Israel. I suspect the ceasefire will hold, but this is going to be no surprise there. The Israeli-Lebanese border is still in contention, at least a dozen points after the Israelis withdrew to the blue line. It's going to strengthen Hezbollah. Whether it'll help return them to their dominant position in Lebanon, I doubt. But it'll give them a pretext, a justification for continuing to have influence to mount quote-unquote resistance against Israel. So by and large, not helpful that the Israelis are not withdrawing completely, but not fatal to the agreement.
It'll be interesting to see. There's going to be this coming weekend the funeral in Beirut of the slain Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Will that be a way to gauge how much support Hezbollah has, or not?
Well, the public show of support, which is easy, it seems to me, to orchestrate, Hezbollah's good at it, as is Hamas in Gaza, I think masks an underlying weakness. I mean, the real question is, how much military capacity does Hezbollah have? How much money do they have in order to essentially begin to recruit and to rebuild with respect to their Shia constituents? How much cred have they lost in the eyes of the Shia community? I mean, you have an extraordinary development in Lebanon for the first time in quite a while. You have a Lebanese government with a president and a prime minister that were done with, I won't say with his whole support, but with his acquiescence. That's really quite extraordinary. It's a beginning. Again, I think the Lebanese political class still is going to have a hard time fundamentally dominating the country. But it is a beginning. So I think, no, Hezbollah has been, I think, really hollowed out as a consequence of this. Will Iran choose to rebuild their billion-dollar proxy? Unclear to me.
You described it well. There's these sort of little spikes in tension we've seen ever since ceasefire deals were reached, both with Hezbollah in Lebanon and with Hamas in the Gaza Strip. We think it's going to go off the rails like we did last week, but it doesn't. In fact, now Hamas is announcing more releases of hostages this coming Saturday. Is this just a big bluff? And actually, the first phase of the ceasefire will go to the end of its 42 days?
No, I think you're right to point out. I would call them speed bumps, maybe more than that. With respect to implementation, in both ceasefires. However, I think the Israeli-Hezbollah agreement is going to endure. The Israeli-Hamas agreement, in my judgment, will not. It's almost inconceivable to me that either Hamas in its current configuration or the current Israeli government will essentially agree to the heavy lifts that phase 2 enjoins them to do. Hamas is not going to return the roughly 59 Israelis they will still have, assuming phase 1 is completed, and I think it will be completed, half of whom the Israelis judge to be dead. They're not going to return the remaining hostages, adult males, mostly IDF soldiers, that are still alive, unless they have ironclad guarantees that Israel will end the war and withdraw from Gaza. No one is going to give Hamas that kind of guarantee. And this Israeli government, frankly, headed by a prime minister that's still on trial for bribery, fraud, and breach of trust in a Jerusalem district court 4 years running, has a certain stake in maintaining a level of military activity in Gaza, and frankly, it's not going to withdraw Israeli forces. No Israeli government, without some sort of security architecture to replace Israeli forces, is going to withdraw from Gaza because out of fear of Hamas resurgence. So we'll get through phase 1. Question is, beginning March 1st or 2nd, first week in March, are we headed for a meltdown and a resumption of Israeli military activity? Or could both sides, for many different reasons, continue to negotiate and to drag this out? But under no circumstances, I suspect, will phase 2 be implemented, which means the situation in Gaza for the hostages and for the long-suffering Palestinian civilian population is going to remain dire indeed.
I have to ask you how people in Washington see what's going on, because negotiations under the auspices of home, since Donald Trump's Middle East envoy was in Riyadh, and he's now talking about Ukraine instead.
I mean, yeah, Stephen Witkoff seems to be very serious. I think he really cares about this, unlike his boss. Whether or not he's going to divide his time equally between what is going to be an even heavier, to say the least, of a political solution, tactical or strategic, that will end the current fighting between Russia and Ukraine, you're going to need more than Stephen Witkoff to basically do this deal. You're going to need a team, an American team, and you're going to have the involvement of the president, who I think believes more or less that he could do this deal with President Putin directly. I think it's an 800-mile border, 1,200 kilometers between Russia and Ukraine. It involves so many different aspects and compartments. It's going to take a very long time to do this deal. So Witkoff, I think, will probably be involved in both. I mean, in a sense, finally, he has the one key requirement that no other American national security official has. Not Marco Rubio, not Mike Waltz, not CIA director. He's got the trust and confidence of the President of the United States. And that access, that trust and confidence of the President is critically important for any special envoy to have any chance of succeeding.
All right, many thanks, Aaron. David Miller joining us from Washington, D.C. In other news that we're following for you, let's get the latest on a Delta Airlines plane that slammed into the tarmac at Toronto Airport before turning over and catching fire on impact. Miraculously, 0 fatalities among the 81 passenger and crew aboard. Let's listen.
That they played in action yesterday.
the crew of Delta Flight 4819.
All right, I'm gonna shift
heroically-
really quick here. I want to play CNN and their tape that they posted 1 hour ago with Zelensky postponing trip to Saudi Arabia. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer to help improve your immune system and slow down the aging process and improve your endocrine system. If you follow what I'm doing, you're going to get healthier. So structural nanosilver gel, I have it in 2 different versions, the tube version and the quick dispenser. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you might get sick. Use it right away. If you're around people that are sick, make sure you put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll stay active for 5.5 hours. It's also a dual purpose product. It'll help to heal a cut, a wound, a minor burn. It'll speed the healing time. You can use it as a skincare. You can put it on your skin every day. A great way to do it is to put it on at night and then exfoliate in the morning, and you'll notice that your skin, the top of your skin, is healthier. In addition, you can use it as an aftershave. Guys, when you're shaving and you want to soothe that razor burn feel, putting the gel on your skin after you shave is a great way to do it. Females, shaving your legs to reduce that razor burn, use the structural nanosilver gel. Please go to my store, get the gel, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount, the number 5, and you get $5 off any order. Just to remind people that I have these longevity boxes that I've designed and anti-aging boxes. The price point of each of these boxes is lower than buying the individual products separately. All right. So it behooves you to take a look at the longevity boxes and the anti-aging boxes on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use the discount 5 on top of it to get additional discount. It's a great way to get healthy. I know people can't afford everything I'm taking. I understand that. All right. But if you listen to how to stack these items, you'll be able to improve your health. But you have to listen, and you have to be vigilant, and you have to be diligent, and you know there's a compound effect. You got to do it every day, and you can reduce diabetes, you can reduce cardiovascular disease, you can protect your neurons and reduce the chances of dementia. There's lots of things that you can improve if you just listen to me. All right. So please go to my store and get the structural nanosilver gel. Another great product that I have is Myotrol. Myotrol helps to build muscle and maintain muscle. Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build and maintain muscle. It stacks really well with Gladiator barley that I have on my store. Gladiator barley is a high density protein, and that's the ingredients to make more muscle when you're doing weightlifting, if you're doing resistance training. And the Myotrol is going to help with your gene expression to build muscle. All right. So take Myotrol. If you're 40 years of age or older, most people are atrophying. They are losing muscle mass. You want to maintain the muscle you have and build more muscle. That's really important. So take the Myotrol, do some resistance training. You get even more results if you also couple it with the Gladiator barley that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's a great way to build muscle and improve your health. A lot of people don't realize if you do resistance training maybe 3 times a week, and you do exercises, right, that are building back muscles, you're going to improve your posture. Not only that, by improving your posture, you're going to get better blood flow going up and down your torso. In addition, you're going to have better lymph flow. Your lymph that's in that flows through your lymph nodes, right? That's tied to cleansing your body and fighting infection and having a robust immune system. Well, if you have a bad musculature and you have posture is bad when you get older, when you're in your geriatric years, what happens is you're losing bone density, your spine is actually compressing, and you're leaning forward. And when that happens, is you're reducing the flow, the normal flow of your lymph and your blood flow, on top of having balancing issues, because now you've changed the center of gravity. Your natural center of gravity, when you're younger, your center of gravity is different than when you're older because of the slouching. So when you improve the back muscles, you're improving your posture and you're improving all these other systems like blood flow and lymph flow. Now, who's telling you this? There's other people out there that are celebrity docs saying, go take, one supplement here or one supplement there. No, you got to look at this holistically. You got to stack supplements to get the synergistic benefits, because that's how your biochemistry works. Your biochemistry doesn't work with just one compound. And then you have to also look at these other holistic approaches. Proper diet. You got to detoxify your body regularly. You got to do resistance training and cardiovascular training, balancing exercises, stretching. You can't just stretch. You got to do some resistance training, but you can't just do resistance training. You got to do them all and activate you have different neurons that are activated when you're building muscle or when you're stretching or when you're balancing. You want to activate that cerebellum. And by activating your balancing, you're reducing the chances of having gait issues later in life. Now, another thing that you need to do is proper diet. Filter your water, eat better foods, train your mind, learn new things, read, write, and talk to people in the real world. Don't be a keyboard warrior. Keyboard warriors actually lose IQ points, not gain IQ points. All right, and then another important holistic approach is make sure that you get proper sleep. If you get proper sleep, you're detoxifying your body and you're consolidating memory and you're having more energy. You're reducing the chances of early onset of dementia. So there's a holistic approach here. That's the answer. But you got to be diligent and do this on a regular basis. And when you do that, you get healthier. It's that simple. But if you're looking for some simple solution after you already have a problem, guess what? It's too late. Oh, you already have diabetes and you're looking for a simple solution to solve that. And that's not the way you do it. Or, oh, you already have osteoporosis and you're looking for a simple solution to fix it. Well, guess what? It takes 5 years to reverse osteoporosis. 5 years. Because your bone matrix is recycling every 5 years. But you can improve it. But you got to be diligent. So if you're looking for a simple solution, there isn't one. But if you're looking at it from a holistic point of view and you learn on how to stack these things, then voila, that's where the magic is. And a lot of celebrity docs get it fucking wrong. Because why? They keep on just promoting a product. They're not promoting your health. Right? They're not promoting the holistic approach. Because they can't make money on the holistic approach. They don't make money on you doing resistance training. They don't make money on you sleeping better. Beware of the celebrity doc. All right. What I want to do, let's go to France 24. They're talking about the Toronto plane crash. This happened last night. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, I wanted to do the CNN about Zelensky here.
Russia over the war in Ukraine, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was sitting directly across from Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. The U.S. says the initial talks were aimed at laying the groundwork for ending the war even though Ukraine and its European allies were notably absent. A short time ago, U.S. and Russian officials weighed in on the high-stakes meeting and the path going forward. CNN's Alex Marquardt is in Riyadh, and Nick Payton-Walsh has the view from Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. Nick, let's start with you. You have some strong new reaction from the Ukrainian president.
Yeah, you mentioned there how Ukraine was not party to these talks, but increasingly from the readout we've got seemed to be about the improvement of American and Russian relations, notably the improving of diplomatic relations with embassies in Washington and Moscow. We had our first reaction to this meeting essentially about Ukraine. We thought without Ukraine being there, from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, who said in Ankara, Turkey, sort of hovering around the Gulf area over the past few days, saying he would go to Saudi Arabia tomorrow. That, he said, was a bilateral meeting, not related to these talks, but I think many thought perhaps there was some suggestion in his mind maybe he may end up involved somehow. Well, that's now not going to happen. He's just announced that he will be cancelling tomorrow's trip to Saudi Arabia, postponing it till the 10th of March. That's a long way down the line in diplomatic terms. He also says, we want an end to the war. We want it to be fair and nothing that anyone decides behind.
You know, the impression I get with Zelensky, even though he's a Euro whiner, you know, he's not getting what he wants. He's acting like a baby, and he wants to take his ball and run home. The reality is that he's in a stalemate. He can't conduct the war without U.S. support. The Europeans don't have the means to have long-term support for a war effort in Ukraine. And Russia is exhausted too. So both sides are exhausted. So it's just better to just find a way to have peace in that region, even though you're going to lose some land on both sides, and then have this economic deal with the United States, where we get the rare earth metals. And when we get the rare earth metals from Ukraine, then there is an incentive for the United States to make sure that peace remains in the region and integrate Russia with the Western world economically, reintroduce Russia into the G8, and normalize relations between the United States and Russia and Putin. So if there is a war with the CCP, that we have an ally in the Northern Front. And not only that, when Putin ages out of the presidency and someone else comes on board, there's more of an alignment of Russia Federation with the Western world and economics. The more integration we have with Russia, the better off the whole world will be, on top of the ability to bring down nuclear armaments, have some de-escalation of nuclear weapons. So it's a win-win for everybody. Instead of having perma-bear, always World War III on the horizon because of a constant Cold War mentality. The intelligentsia in the United States is just wrong with the way that they have approached NATO and its expansionism.
Fair. He goes on to say, we weren't invited to this Russian-American meeting. It was a surprise for many people. We got the information from the media. I don't really care who will stay in Riyadh and who's leaving. I don't care if our partners think something unnecessary about us. Determined, perhaps a little angry there, and certainly deciding that...
No, he's a Euro whiner, like all Euro whiners, and he wants to run home with his ball. And he doesn't want to negotiate. The reality of the situation is that he has no powers of leverage. It's a stalemate. Both sides are exhausted. And the reality of the situation is that the United States doesn't support. Zelensky can't fight the war. And it's very possible that he gets assassinated. And it's very possible that when there's elections, he's not going to win.
from this meeting. We do seem to get the impression that the Americans and Russians are not staying on for further talks. Doesn't involve Ukraine at this point. Zelensky will receive the American Trump administration envoy to Russia and Ukraine, General Keith Kellogg here, likely Thursday, Friday. But this is a stark reaction to talks which do appear to have been essentially about improving the American-Russian relationship, possibly making a peace deal in Ukraine part of that wider deal, then the focus of that may
Doesn't that make so much sense when there's only 3 world powers? The United States, Russia, and China. And Ukraine doesn't even come close. You know, I mean, it's like way at the very bottom of the list, like right next to like South Africa.
Perhaps I think this reaction from the Ukrainian president is a sign of how little progress perhaps they feel has been made to their benefit there, and really how isolated they've begun to feel over the past weeks.
Yeah, they clearly feel iced out. Alex, so what is Secretary Rubio saying about the meeting and any tangible outcome?
Well, Pam, I think that the only tangible from this is essentially a lack of tangibles. I mean, it's clear that the discussions were wide-ranging, but they're not walking away from Riyadh with any kind of concrete solutions or conclusions about what's actually going to end up happening in Ukraine. I think Nick's point is absolutely right, that both the U.S. and Russia were approaching this not just about the war in Ukraine and how to end it, but looking at the broader set of relations across the board between the U.S. and Russia. We do have a rather specific list from the State Department of what was agreed to in terms of the conversations that will be going forward. At the top of that list is essentially reestablishing the general functioning of the 2 embassies in Moscow and Washington. Over the past 3 years during this war, each embassy has been gutted, with diplomats and intelligence officials who have been kicked out of each country. And then the second point was specifically about Ukraine and naming high-level teams to negotiate directly about the war in Ukraine. We don't know who's actually going to be on those teams. And then the third point was more forward-looking. This gets to that broader conversation, that broader relationship between the 2 countries. Here, interestingly, you have the U.S. talking about the potential for historic economic and investment opportunities that would follow between the U.S. and Russia after the war ends in Ukraine. And then finally, that last point, just generally speaking, that the 5 principals who sat at the table today in this palace here in Riyadh will continue to talk. But what was clear, Pamela, is that the way that the U.S. viewed this is that this was talks about more talks. Here's what Secretary Rubio had to say just a short time ago.
But we have to understand that it's been 3.5 years since there's been any sort of regularized contact between the United States and Russia, and in some cases between any of the participants in this conflict and Russia. So the goal of today's meeting was to follow up on the phone call the president had a week ago and begin to establish those lines of communication. The work remains. Today is the first step of a long and difficult journey.
And Pamela, there had also been some thinking that this meeting would lead to
literally, if Trump can make this happen, this is going to be as big as the negotiations between Gorbachev and Reagan. And literally, what Trump's doing is picking up the mess of a failed foreign policy by the Biden administration.
Presidents Putin and Trump, perhaps as early as next week, both the U.S. and Russian sides making it sound like that is very unlikely. No date, we are told, has been set for that meeting. Pamela.
All right, Nick Payton-Walsh, Alex Marker, thank you so much. Let's continue this conversation.
Right, before they continue that conversation, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAC. NAC is something that I've added to my staff because of what I was noticing with certain people that had an anti-aging protocol for many years. NAC helps to boost up glutathione. Glutathione is a strong antioxidant. It's a different pathway than C60. It's synergistic with C60. You want to soak up free radicals in different ways to get the most benefit. So taking NAC is a great way to reduce oxidative stress in the cell. In addition, NAC helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And NAC helps to calm
your nervous system. It reduces anxiety, and people that have anxiety have higher levels of cortisol, which is immunosuppressive. So by going from sympathetic to parasympathetic, you're calming down your nervous system, you're reducing your heart rate, you're lowering your cortisol levels, and you're improving your immune system. And also, you'll be able to sleep better. And when you sleep better, you'll have more energy. And again, you won't have the cortisol level issue. You won't have glucose level issues. A lot of people don't realize chronic stress, chronic anxiety increases glucose levels and cortisol levels. So you don't want that. That's bad. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get NAC, get healthy, add it to your stack. I've noticed an improvement. Now, ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. All right? Most people that take CoQ10, they get the bad bioavailable version. This is the best bioavailable version. You can't buy a better version of this. All right? So please go to my store, get the ubiquinol. This is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Now, what does it do? It soaks up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It helps the mitochondrial health, so you're just going to boost up your energy levels. And guess what? You need lots of energy to stay active and not to age. Old people have low levels of ATP. Young people have high levels of ATP. It's that simple. And ubiquinol also helps with your neural health. It helps to protect your neurons. That's really important when you get 40 plus years of age. You need to start protecting your neurons with supplements and start activating your neurons by being more active. Again, balancing exercises, stretching exercises, weightlifting, and cardiovascular are methods of activating those neurons on a physical level. And then you also activate your mental capacity by learning new things and having that positive neuroplasticity. Really important. You will learn more by, you will have better neuroplasticity when you read and write and talk to people in the real world than doing 60-character bullshit on X. And reduce your screen time. Screens, all these screens, the computer screens, the iPads, the iPhones, they make people stupid. IQ levels go down. But if you read a real book, cover to cover, you actually get smarter. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ubiquinol. And don't take that crap that other people are taking. NAD+. NAD+ boosts up your energy levels and repairs your DNA damage. As you get older, you build up DNA damage. We have mechanisms to repair that DNA damage, but when you get older, it overrides, it overloads the system and your body just can't repair it enough. NAD+ helps you to repair that. Not only does it repair cellular DNA, but it also helps you to repair mitochondrial DNA. Have you noticed a theme here? If you have healthy mitochondria, you have more energy because you have more ATP. NAD+ also protects your neurons. It's synergistic with ubiquinol. It's synergistic with resveratrol. It's synergistic with C60. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. All right, with that said, let's continue with CIA.
Our CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier and former CNN Moscow Bureau Chief Jill Doherty. Kim, what do you make of Zelensky postponing his trip to Saudi Arabia? That seems like a significant and perhaps negative development in the overarching goal of reaching a peace deal. How do you read it?
Well, it's one way to send a message that he doesn't like how the White House has handled these opening talks with Russia, that he doesn't feel like he's been looped in. And when you...
Why should the Washington consensus even care what Zelensky thinks? We are paying for the war. If Sugar Daddy Daddy Warbucks decides that he doesn't want to pay for the war anymore, it's done. But the little baby, aka Zelensky, is whining that Daddy Warbucks isn't going to give him an allowance.
Widen out to the European community, they all feel gut punched and slapped in the face that after years of close cooperation through the Ramstein process under the Biden administration, this time they didn't even get the courtesy of a heads up that, hey, President Trump is going to follow through with his promise to try to make peace between Ukraine and Russia with this phone call with Vladimir Putin that he had last week. And from there, we're going to see if we can have face-to-face lower level talks. If anyone had gotten that heads up instead of the way this unfolded, with everyone hearing from Trump out of the Oval Office about things, and then the bruising comments from a series of US officials in Brussels and Munich, they feel very differently. So one of the only things Zelensky can do is withdraw his presence and say, you're not going to bully us into this.
And Jill, the Kremlin has framed the meeting as aimed at restoring US-Russian relations. Do you think Putin is using this to regain relevance on the international stage rather than actually achieving a peace deal with Ukraine?
Of course he is. But the thing is, what's wrong with that? It's a win-win situation for everybody. Our national security policy under the Biden administration has failed in this war effort with Ukraine. The expansion of NATO has been a failure. It has only made the world more unsafe, not more safe. And we will never have a president like Trump again. Never, ever, ever, ever in our lifetime. There's this moment in time that we will be able to potentially reduce the nuclear arsenal. We are reducing the chances of having that big event when you wake up in the morning and everything's aflame. Now, reducing that risk, taking away the Damocles that's been over our heads since the 1950s, is way more important than anything that Zelensky has to say. He's a Euro whiner and he always will be.
Well, I mean, they eventually will probably get around to trying to establish some type of peace deal or at least a ceasefire. But I think, if you look directly at what the Russian representative, Yuri Yushakov, who is a very experienced diplomat, was saying, you would have known right from the beginning that the primary thing that they wanted to do, the Russians, was to restore normal relations with the United States. And then Ukraine is down in second place. I think it's really important. This is
and what's even more important, they don't even realize it. Remember what I said about the metaphysics? And I was more focused on the whole Israel-Hamas war, right? But the metaphysics of this. Ishmael aligns itself with Jacob and the positive side of Esau when Esau splits. Ishmael is Saudi Arabia. Wake up. They're negotiating in Saudi Arabia. Now, what's interesting here is who's Rome. Now, there are many biblical scholars that suggest that Russia is Rome because of Rome has to be red. There's not enough red in America, in the United States, with its flag, all right, and its ethos. There's more white in the flag than there is actually red, and there's quite a bit of blue in her. So I mean, but modern day historians would say, well, maybe the United States is the new Rome, and there is a case to be made in that, but it doesn't meet the biblical requirements of it being red and from the north. The United States is not from the north relative to Israel. Who's from the north? Russia. So, and it's and Edom repents and starts aligning itself with Ishmael and Jacob. We are literally seeing this happen in front of our eyes. And this has been written down for more than 3,000 years. And we're literally seeing it play out. Now, it's not by accident. When I did the Vodka Wars series, going all the way back to, what was that? I guess it was 2022, all right? Maybe late 2021. The Vodka War series and covering the war in Ukraine with Russia and all that. Where did I say? Ukraine is really important metaphysically because that's where a lot of the Hasidic thought and philosophy comes from. And they warn people that you got to remember, it's the Hasidic Rebbe's that were coming from that region that are setting in motion the Messianic age. So that's another reason why Ukraine is so important in the geopolitics. And it's tied to Edom, Rome, aligning itself. Edom is represented with Esau, but Edom breaks positive Esau and negative Esau. The positive Esau aligns with Jacob and Ishmael. You're seeing that happen here. It's playing out in front of you right now in real time.
The way the United States looks at it, and it's being defined right now, is we've got to get back in communication. The previous administration, Biden, had no communication with the Russians. Ergo, we have to get back to talking. The Russians look at this as not just talking. The mere fact that they are meeting, the mere fact that they are going to talk is hugely important for the Kremlin because it means Russia's back on the stage. They're already talking about, putting ambassadors back into the embassies, talking, etc. This is exactly what Putin wants. The end of isolation and the beginning of bringing Russia back and bringing Putin back onto the world stage. That's what they want, and they are definitely getting it right now.
And to follow up on that, Moscow and Trump himself have talked about meeting in person between Trump and Putin, potentially a summit between the two. President Trump
and all these summit and the summit, and it's tied to Israel, it's tied to the Middle East, even though the catalyst is the Ukraine war. You got to remember all these Rebbe's, all these Torah scholars, they were all coming from Ukraine way back in the day. Edom is, from the biblical scholars' point of view, Rome, and that's Russia. And Rome does repentance and aligns itself with Ishmael and Jacob. And the United States has more, its soul root is more aligned with Jacob than Esau. Now, it has a little bit of Esau, but it has a whole lot of Jacob. So that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing that play out. And what's going on in Ukraine with that harmonic from the Hasidic aspect, it's like a crystal. Let me back up so you understand what I'm talking about. It's like a crystal, all right? And you start to try to break up that crystal, there's forces that are created. Or let's say a covalent bond of a molecule, and you start to try to pull it apart. There's an energy force that's starting to build up, and it wants to go back down to a low energy force and be in homeostasis. Well, as you're trying to pull it apart, there's a buildup of this energy. There's a polarization that's taking place. All right, you're seeing that with the fracturing of Ukraine and the birth of the Hasidic movement. It's literally charging the Sephiros. It's charging the tree of life. This war charged the tree of life. It's separating it. All right, and there's an energy force that's starting to build up. And then, but through that energy force, blessing can come down, but curse can come down too, depending on how you use it. Now, what did Abraham do? Abraham split the the animals and walked between the parts and saw God in a cloud or something like that. All right. But Abraham split the parts and created a physical manifestation of the tree of life, or the Sephiros, and walked through the center. Well, that's what we're seeing. We are in the middle of this polarization. Now, when that happens, you're reconfiguring future. And then eventually it'll close down. And that's where you have this peace that's taking place. So there's some big metaphysical stuff going on here with Ukraine. But I mentioned this in Baca Wars back late 2021, early 2022, when all this stuff was happening. And with the Bel Shem Tov, and and it all goes down, it all leads to the Bel Shem Tov.
Why is that so significant and more significant than a phone call?
Well, because summits are a big deal. I mean, really, you can just imagine President Trump, President Putin sitting down after all of this time, a war now maybe being brought to an end, restoration of relations. This would be a very big event on the world stage. It would be something that President Trump wants, definitely, because I can't imagine a bigger photo op. And then President Putin.
Exactly. And think about it.
Kind of
If Putin aligns with the United States, normalizes, the BRICS dead. The BRICS dead. Done. That means that there's more hegemonic power for the United States. And then, with good relations with Russia, do you think Putin is actually going to fund Iran when the United States goes and literally decapitates the Ayatollah? Like literally? No, of course not. He's not gonna bite the hand that feeds him. So what's happening in Ukraine is going to boil down to military strategic operations in the Middle East in taking out Iran's theocratic regime. And this is what the Hasidic people were talking about. That Rome repents and aligns itself with Jacob and Ishmael. And guess who negative Esau is? Iran.
stand on his being back. Now, none of this is necessarily bad. The countries eventually do have to get talking. But the problem is, as we're all looking at this, we're thinking it is negotiations, beginning of negotiations about Ukraine. But really what it is the United States and Russia and then Ukraine. And that's why Zelensky is having a problem. And that is why
I don't want to talk down. I don't want to really talk down to her. But the thing is, what she's saying is right, but she's just not intelligent enough to see what's playing out. Maybe you need high IQ to see it. I don't know. But the thing is that she can't articulate like what I just said. What has been written down for thousands of years? How could they be international gurus and not know what has been written down for thousands of years, what's going to play out? Amazing. All right. Let me plug another great product that I have. Resveratrol. Very important to take every day. It stacks really well with NAD+. It stacks really well with ubiquinol and C60. To get the most benefits from resveratrol, stack it. Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It helps with the health of the mitochondria, so it's going to boost up your energy levels. So you're going to have more ATP. Have you noticed a theme for the last 3 hours and 40 minutes? I've been saying boost up your energy levels. That's how you not age. All right, and then resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that just stop dividing. Many times the cells will
your cells are dividing, and its telomere lengths are shortening up to a point where either the cell goes into apoptosis or it goes in senescence. If it goes in senescence, it just sits there, all right? And it collects garbage. And so over time, when you get older, you're full of garbage. Well, you want to get rid of the garbage. You get rid of the garbage in your house. You don't let it just pile up, right? So why do you let your cells just collect garbage and build up lipofuscin? You don't want that. So resveratrol helps to get rid of those cells. And if you're getting rid of cells in tissues that have adult stem cells, then what happens is your adult stem cells will get a signal to actually produce a new cell. And those cells that are coming off of the adult stem cell will have longer telomere lengths. And over time, what will happen is your tissue is actually younger based on the metric of the length of the telomeres. So take my advice. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. But like I said, you get the max benefit from resveratrol when you stack it with something like NAD+, ubiquinol, and C60. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol, stack it like I told you. Now, let's talk really quickly on C60. You can get C60 in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. It stacks well with many items that I just mentioned: NAD+, resveratrol, ubiquinol. All right. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, and extra virgin olive oil. C60 has to be in an oil, a lipid, because it's lipid soluble. You take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before the workout, and you'll recover quicker and soak up the free radicals that you are generating during your workout. Now, this will help with the health of the mitochondria. So your energy levels are going to increase. You're going to have more ATP. And you're going to be soaking up these free radicals. It's very potent. It's like almost 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. Can you take 1,000 times of vitamin C a day? No, you can't absorb that. So to soak up, you can't buy anything more potent in terms of an antioxidant. So get the C60, soak up those free radicals. You're reducing the stress in the cell and reducing the stress in the tissue. And when you're doing that, that's going to improve your organs, and it's going to improve your glands. And that means that your immune system is going to get better. Your endocrine system is going to get better. Your exocrine system is going to get better. Your neurons are going to get better. Guess what? You have a lot of mitochondria in your neurons. But when you get older, that mitochondria gets damaged and it's aging, and they start to die off. And so when you get in your geriatric years, you have less mitochondria, and it's not as healthy, and you don't have the ATP to create the neurotransmitters. And then all of a sudden, more stress starts to build up in the neuron and it starts to die. And then you wonder why you don't have memory. So taking C60, you're increasing the health of the mitochondria that's actually in your neuron. And when you do these balancing exercises and learn new things, you get positive neuroplasticity, and you're strengthening those neural networks. When you strengthen the neural networks, guess what? That's going to be beneficial to you in your geriatric years. So please go to my store, get the C60, take a teaspoon a day. I take a teaspoon a day, every day. And what's going to happen is you're going to see that your energy levels are going up, and you're slowing down the aging process, and because you're soaking up those free radicals. Now, the more different ways that you soak up the free radicals, the better. C60 is a very potent free radical, a very potent way to soak up free radicals. So C60 is an antioxidant, very potent antioxidant that soaks up a lot of free radicals. But the more ways you soak up those free radicals, the better. Like NAC soaks up free radicals through the glutathione pathway. Like taking the gladiator barley and the heirloom barley, soaks up free radicals using superoxide dismutase. You know, when you take vitamin C and when you're taking resveratrol, even though they're not as potent for soaking up free radicals, they do help. There's a synergistic component to it. All right. So please take my advice. C60 is really important. Now, it's the second pillar of the core of the health protocol. The first pillar is taking max 35 or max 14 to boost up your immune system. C60 to bring down radically those ROS, the reactive oxygen species, the free radicals. All right. Bring down inflammation by taking the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. And by bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system. And taking Boomer Boost, which is a powder, you take that every day, and guess what? Your metabolism and your energy levels really go up. And so when you have all this together, voila, you get healthier quicker. So please go to my store, get C60. It's a very potent antioxidant to soak up free radicals. And when you soak up those free radicals, you're going to have more energy, your organ systems are going to perform better, and your immune system is going to perform better. All right. Let's go to Bloomberg and see how the investment gurus, what they're going to say about Zelensky.
It's been very clear about it, and so we shouldn't be surprised. And one thing I think is very important for people to understand too is, you know, Donald Trump is not a traditional negotiator. I mean, this idea that, you know, somebody isn't at the table. Well, the only table that matters is the Donald Trump table, right? And he's going to pick up the phone and he's going to talk to, you know, the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. He's going to talk to Zelensky. He's going to talk to Europeans like he has. And the centerpiece of this negotiation will be only one person, and that'll be Donald Trump. And so it's not that they're going to be winners and losers. There'll be a Trump peace plan, and either that'll fly or it won't. But all these other folks are basically, in Donald Trump's mind, you know, sort of appendages to his plan. And so we'll see how it all emerges. But I think to get too excited in the early stages of this about who's left out and who's not is really a lack of understanding of how Donald Trump really operates.
Interesting. Gee, President Biden chose not to bring these parties to the table, suggesting that Vladimir Putin was not a serious actor, and of course the refrain, nothing for Ukraine without Ukraine. Will that go down as being misguided? Should he have started this conversation earlier?
You know, I think we have to wait and see. This is certainly a far different approach, and there is no question that the war needs to end. But I think the concern for Europe, the concern for Ukraine, quite frankly, the concern for many Americans is that while Donald Trump is really pushing for the war to end, he just wants it to end. And Ukraine and a lot of other people want a just end to the war. And those are two very different outcomes. Because for many people, a just end means that you don't give up all of that territory that Russia took since 2014.
Let me give you my take on Roger Waters. All right. Now, for the ones that don't know, when I was a kid, I remember WRIF, which was a radio station. It was like a rock and roll radio station. I remember the first time I heard music that came from the Wall album from Pink Floyd. All right. I remember when they were playing Run from on the radio. All right. That's off of the Wall album. And so Roger Waters was, you know, a founder of Pink Floyd. All right. But he thought he was so important for the band and so controlling that he decided to leave the band. All right. And he thought that the band would just fall apart or he would get what he wants. And this happens to a lot of people that are founders of bands, and with the way Pink Floyd was, there were multiple singers, right? And so he was pressuring the band members to capitulate because he thought he was so important to the band. Well, eventually they decided not to bring him back, not to bring back Roger Waters, and they just continued on a different trajectory and became very successful. All right. And he's been whining that he was, you know, wasn't reintegrated with the band. Now, if he screwed up that, where he was a successful musician in the band Pink Floyd and then left, and the band members didn't want to reintegrate him in because of his personality, why should we think about Roger Waters being right about Palestine? He couldn't even be right on Pink Floyd. Now let's play a little bit of Roger Waters.
And as we know, that government in 2014 in Kiev did not take account of the human, civil and religious rights of the people living in the Donbass. I won't go on because we know all of this.
All right,
But
so you know
people
he's
in the
talking
West
about Ukraine.
don't know this. They were told that it was an unprovoked invasion by Russia on 24th of February 2000, and that's the end of the story. So this is a huge day that they've been speaking to one another in Saudi Arabia. I can take a deep breath. I can, with that.
Finally, he's saying something logical.
My interest in human rights can relax. Now, the rest of it, and some of it is more dangerous and more Gaza, for instance, don't get me started. I actually said that in the sense of the security. Don't get me started.
All right, so
because if I
at least
could,
he has some logic with Ukraine for a peace negotiation. All right, so thank God that Roger Waters came to his senses. But when it comes to the Middle East, he's way off the mark.
Thank you, Roger. Sadly, the point is the issue in Gaza is totally a different thing as it is, and it's a great concern to much of the world. But let's come back to this issue. In Riyadh, both the US and Russian officials have said that concessions are required by all sides. Now, what concessions do you think two sides might be prepared to offer?
I heard them say that as well as you. We were both listening to the same news program. And when I heard that guy, I thought, well, there's a very good question. Can I answer it? No, of course I can't. I could make things up. I could use my imagination. I could try and guess what they're going to do. But at the end of the day, I could guess what I think is going to happen at the end. But it's something that wise men all over the world have been saying. It's the only way to resolve the issues in Ukraine. Obviously, for Russia to continue to advance and for Ukraine to become Russian is nonsense. It's not going to happen. Also, for all Russian troops to withdraw to the 1914 borders is not going to happen. It's what I said. What has to happen, and this is the only important thing, is that the basic human, civil, political, and religious rights of the people of Ukraine need to be observed in any agreement that is made between the two major factors in this war that has been going on, that is destroying Ukraine and will continue to. So that's it. That's always my platform, is human rights. December the 10th, Paris, 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The war in the Ukraine started because the human rights of the people in the eastern Ukraine, in the Donbass, in Lugansk and Donetsk, and to some extent Kherson and Zaporizhzhia as well, were being infringed by the central government in Kiev. They were being murdered. That is the beginning of the war, right there. And it was slow in coming. It took from from way before that, but from 2014 until 2022 to develop into a full-scale war. It's been stopped, or it hasn't been stopped. It's still going on today, and it will go on to tomorrow. But we will follow these talks in Saudi Arabia with our fingers crossed and our hearts in our mouths, desperate that they stop the fighting tomorrow and that they continue being grown up.
ending escalation, ending the violence, and continuation of the war in Ukraine needs to stop, for sure. So I agree with him on that. But Roger Waters, let me give you some advice. Let Dr. Paul Cottrell give you some advice. When it comes to Israel and negative Esau, you got to build the wall.
Well, what do you think? What are you interpreting?
Well, he since the Minsk agreements, he now has been allowed on the table. He's always just been told firmly by the Western Empire to shut his mouth and go on pouring cannon fodder to the front line, which is what he has done. He's just done it exactly as he's been told. My suspicion is that he's busy, looking at flight schedules, because he is going to do a runner, and it's just a question of when, in my view. Zelensky, I think we can all accept, is completely irrelevant. He's not being consulted by the Americans, and he is not being consulted by the Russians. And so they are the ones having the conversation in Saudi Arabia that is so important. So poor Mr. Zelensky inevitably has become, my suggestion to him would be, don't even think about interfering. Because they don't want to, if they were interested in what he had to say, I believe he would be there. I could be wrong again. I may be completely wrong.
The only card that Zelensky has is the rare earth metals that Trump wants. That's it. And I would not be surprised if Zelensky ends up being assassinated somehow. But he sure as hell ain't going to win an election in Ukraine. And I think that there is, some sort of drug addiction that he has on top of this.
Pink Floyd co-founder and the civil peace activist, it is always nice to have you on. Thank you.
Thanks. Been a pleasure.
Right.
Okay.
And talking about Vladimir Zelensky, he has been planning his own visit to Saudi Arabia this week. But at the last minute, he announced that the trip has been postponed.
We weren't invited to the Russian-American meeting in Saudi Arabia. It was a surprise for us, but honestly, I don't care. I care about our partners, and we are absolutely honest and open. That's why I'm not going to Saudi Arabia. We contacted our partners in Saudi Arabia.
All right. He's a Euroliner. All right, let's go to, I want to go to Bloomberg. They're talking about Elon Musk and Doge. So let's go to that.
Around probationary employees, but there were thousands of them. Enough that we saw the head of food at the FDA quit over the weekend. We also saw the top official at the Social Security Administration step down over the weekend. Now it's on to the FAA and it's on to NASA along with other agencies. And we're joined for more right now, the latest on this. Laura Davison is with us, who runs our political coverage for Bloomberg here in Washington. Following what I guess is another working weekend for you. It's great to see you. How am I doing kind of outlining where we are? Because for all I know, another executive action was just signed. When did the real layoffs, not probationary, but the real layoffs begin?
That is still unclear. And basically, these first round of court cases are still making their way through the courts here. They essentially every action, whether it has been the firings, the layoffs, as well as some of the access to some of these data systems. There's a big lawsuit today that we'll be hearing on that will kind of give an indication of whether Doge can proceed with a lot of these actions, or if they will be pulled back, at least temporarily, while these things work themselves through the courts. What we really have right now is we have sort of an initial wave of layoffs, firings, dismissals at many agencies, but there's employees who are bracing for a lot more. The probationary employees are sort of the easiest to let go. These are people in their first or second year of work or in their position with the federal government, and this is essentially a trial period, and the same sort of civil servant protection laws don't apply. Where it gets a lot more complicated legally for Doge and for the employees is people who have been there for a long time, which accounts for the vast majority of the federal workforce.
Well, and when we consider their goals in reduction of the federal workforce, when they previously said 5 to 10%, they expected to take buyouts, and clearly we didn't get to that number. Is that what this is, just trying to reach that threshold, or is this
removed. It is not clear what the ultimate goal is here, and a little bit of this is they are building the plane as they're flying it. They're going into different agencies ad hoc, trying to see what they can do, what they can access, and you see different agencies are employing different strategies at different times. You know, we even kind of see this sort of the lack of clarity around what Doge is and what it's doing. You know, with all the confusion about is Musk running it or not. You know, Carolyn Levitt just came out and said that Musk is overseeing Doge, although he is not working for Doge. So this could be a little bit of a thing that will probably again go back to the courts. And you know, like we saw with the funding freeze memo, and when Carolyn Levitt came out and sort of got a little bit ahead of where sort of the legal minds at the White House where this has created some problems for them.
I guess they were not keen to talk about their eventual breakup. Was discussed in this interview with Sean Hannity later, that they referred to the Trump derangement syndrome, that people are rooting for this to happen. But the fact of the matter is, Sarah Chamberlain from the Republican Main Street Partnership said at this table last week that many of her members are hearing from Trump supporting voters who are very concerned about the Doge accessing their personal information, that there's a privacy concern. Then you add Steve Bannon, who calls Elon Musk, quote, a parasitic illegal immigrant who wants to impose his freak experiments and act as God without any respect for the country's history, values, or traditions. So how long will this go on for?
Well, at least legally, Doge is scheduled to end in mid-2026. So we only have a runway of, you know, 14 or 15 more months here. But there's very likely that something could happen before then, at least in the structure or a personal rift. We're already starting to see that between Trump world and Musk world. While they are sort of aligned on sort of the broad vision here, the specific tactics, you know, are very different. You know, the Musk and his team are not beholden to the same political considerations that Trump and his allies are. You know, they're not elected. They, you know, they don't have to work with Congress. They're able to kind of, you know, go in and see what they can do. Whereas the White House, they still have to run the government even after the Doge is over. And just quickly, Laura, to Joe's point about people having concerns over privacy. Obviously, a lot of that began with the access to the Treasury payment system. But after the news over the weekend that they were seeking access to IRS records, how much more information on Americans would that grant them if they receive it? That's essentially all the information that's on your tax return. So that has your social security number, it has your spouse's name, it has your address, it has how much money you made, deductions that you claimed. It has a lot of very, very personal information. There's even, you can glean some medical information, where you donated. It's, you know, almost the most intimate look at someone's financial life. Also, they're trying to access the records at Social Security Administration, which also has a lot of personal information for folks.
So you have people on the Democratic side and the ones that hate Trump and hate Elon Musk, and they're whining about access to information. Yet look at what the NSA did. They lied to Congress. They scooped up all your information, threw it into a big server. They're making larger servers so they can watch over you because it's all about national security. And they lied about it. And they demonized Snowden and they demonized Assange while they were warning the public, you know what? You have a runaway national security state. And they're whining about is Musk finding impropriety with the way they pay stuff for the agencies. Where was the outrage with the NSA? These people are bullshit.
Members hearing from their constituents, because you're mentioning the IRS, the issue of privacy, which concerns Republicans, Democrats alike. We also know that these cuts, these firings, if you will, these mass layoffs, they're impacting not just people who live in Washington, D.C., but people.
Oh, shut up, you're a whiner or American whiner. Genie. You know, guess what? Where was the outcry? Where was the outcry when the IRS was being weaponized against American citizens? Where was the outcry when the NSA was breaking the law? And steamrolling the Fourth Amendment. These people are...
Another line of, pushback from the constituents and from Congress, which we haven't seen yet.
What do you think Elon Musk is in for here, Rick, when you start to see some of these cracks? I realize it's not new for Steve Bannon, but he kind of frames the argument for at least those in MAGA world who are concerned about what's happening, talking about his freak experiments, playing God. concerns, as we heard, even from the Republican Main Street Partnership, about data mining, about getting access to personal information. At what point could this blow back on the administration?
You know, it's really hard to tell. You really question whether or not Steve Bannon is on a personal tirade here, or whether or not he's like looking out for the best interests of
Oh,
America.
I'm sure Stephen Bannon is on a
really-
personal tirade. He's always on a personal tirade. I mean, that's just a part of his DNA.
Or IRS databases, you know, as a result of government reform. But what we are learning is that these things are being run by 1960-ish data programs, and you've got Elon Musk, who's on the forefront of the AI revolution in this country, who's probably looking at it from the eye of, these are some of the biggest databases in the world, and what kind of supercharged capabilities could they give in an AI kind of scenario. So I think it's way too early to tell. So like, is that a motivation? Is the sort of just megalomania of his current focus? I mean, there's not a day goes by that Elon Musk isn't front and center on all the news. In fact, maybe eclipsing Donald Trump's ability to make news. So we're drowning in all this kind of information, but at the end of the day, you have to take a step back and say, what an amazing amount of activity this administration is producing on their version of government reform. You can argue with it, but you can't argue
We
with
finally actually see a president doing their job, work for the American people, instead of sleeping on a beach, AKA President Biden.
For the Department of Government Efficiency, or just as a senior advisor to the president, what difference does the title make?
A month, Kaylee, I'm blown away. You know, I do think it matters. It probably is going to end up mattering legally. And so we'll have to see, you know, but I do think, you know, Rick is right. There's been a lot of activity, but somebody reminded me the other day, Sam Rayburn said, any jack blank, blank, blank can kick down a barn, but it takes a good carpenter to build one. We're talking about the US government. Trashing it is easy. Making it work and governing is difficult. And Elon Musk has not shown the capacity to do that. He's got a lot of capacities. He's brilliant on many things, but we're talking about the US federal government, and it needs to work for the people. So firing probationary workers is easy, but making it work is going to be difficult, and we have yet to see any assessment.
Doge is not, no, Doge is defined corruption and defined wasteful spending. So it's more effective. And the managers of those agencies have to work with the budgets that they're given and with the staff that they have. This never-ending obesity of the government needs to stop. Americans cannot continue paying for this. We don't have the money. Literally, we don't have the money. You got to trim down, just like corporate. Corporate sheds jobs, restructures, there's M&As, and you know, that's just the way the market is. Same thing in government. There needs to be restructuring. There needs to be slimming down when you need to slim down. And what will happen if it's done with a degree of intelligence is that the end user in many of these programs will actually get more money. It would be lovely to give more money to people that are on Social Security. It'd be lovely to be able to help our veterans instead of sending money to Zelensky so he can snort it up through his nose. Don't get me started. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost, again, is the fourth pillar of the health core protocol that I have. This will increase your energy levels, boost up your metabolism. It has 68 nutrients. Go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. And take a look at the label, but it's pretty extensive, all right, what you get. You will literally, I'm not kidding, I'm not speaking hyperbole here. I'm dead serious. You will literally feel a major health benefit within 72 hours by taking a scooper a day, and you take it either for your breakfast or for your lunch. All right, mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or a smoothie, or people just mix it with milk or with just filtered water. But this is your meal for your breakfast or your lunch. Not both, just once a day, all right? Your breakfast or for your lunch. You'll lose weight and your energy levels are gonna go up. And you're gonna feel like, wow, you feel like there's something different. Like you're sleeping better and you just have more oomph in your step. You're just gonna feel like you want to work out or be more active. That's the feeling you get. And you have more mental clarity. Now, the systems that this focuses on, not just with boosting up your energy levels and increasing your metabolism, but it's also helping with your cardiovascular health and your brain health and your musculature. All right? So you can take this every day. There's a big scooper. You take 1 scooper a day. This is about a month's supply. All right? Now, it works even better if you couple it with the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. Now, you can take the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley separately. The barley is a high density protein. This is way better than any protein that you're going to be able to buy at Whole Foods or your organic food store. It's high density, high nutritious protein. Now, if you take it separately, which you can, take a half a scoop or a full scoop of this high density barley, and what's going to happen is that you're going to detoxify your body, reduce inflammation, soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. And if you take the Gladiator barley, it's going to help you to improve your strength, especially if you do weight training. So if you're an athlete, or if you're older and you want to build muscle, you want to take Gladiator barley and do some resistance training. You get even added benefits if you take the Gladiator barley with the myotrol, because the myotrol helps with the gene expression to produce more muscle and to maintain muscle. The Gladiator barley is the nutrients to build the muscle. All right? But you can couple it with your Boomer Boost and take it in the morning or during lunch. Take it the same way. All right? So you're taking a full scooper of Boomer Boost and a half a scooper or a full scooper of Gladiator barley, and you're going to get huge benefits. This is the best way to lose weight, have those energy levels, because a lot of people, when they lose weight, they lose energy, right? Especially at first, and then once they go into ketosis, they may start to gain energy, but those first 3 days or 4 days, they may be sluggish. You don't get that with Boomer Boost. You start losing weight and you have energy levels right away. And again, you sleep better, you have more mental clarity, but when you stack this together, you're going to control your A1C levels. That means you're reducing your need for insulin. Or a lot of people in the United States are borderline diabetic. Well, you don't want to be borderline diabetic. You want to be healthy. Well, this is a great way to do it. And you're going to lose weight. So this is a great combo here, but you can just take the Boomer Boost or take the Gladiator barley separately. That's up to you. But again, the best combo here is the Boomer Boost with the Gladiator barley if you are working out and you really want to control your A1C levels and lose weight. Now, another barley that I have is the heirloom barley. Now, the heirloom barley it also has all the benefits to the Gladiator barley, such as the detoxification, the reduction of the inflammation, and soaking up the free radicals with the superoxide dismutase. But it's not really focused on strength gains. So if you don't want to focus on strength gains, but you want the detox, reduce the inflammation, soak up the free radicals, then take the heirloom barley, and it works well with the Boomer Boost together. So full scooper or half a scooper or a full scooper of heirloom barley with a full scoop of Boomer Boost for your breakfast or your lunch. Take it every day, and you're gonna be able to control your A1C levels. You're gonna have the energy. You're gonna be detoxifying your body, and you're reducing inflammation, soaking up free radicals. It's a great combo. Now, I've created a box called the Longevity Boost box. So you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of heirloom barley or gladiator barley, your choice in that box. And the box is designed at a discount compared to buying it separately. On top of, you can use the discount 5 for $5 off. All caps, discount number 5, and you get $5 off. So you save more by buying a longevity box and an anti-aging box and using discount 5 compared to just buying it separately. I'm trying to get these products in your hands the best that I can. Now, I know that some of this stuff is expensive, but it's very high quality stuff. Now, someone would say, well, I can get, collagen cheaper somewhere else, but you're not getting the same quality. It's all about quality. And not only that, my place is a one-stop shop to be able to mix and match for your own personal stacking. You can't do that in many places, all right? So that has all the stuff that I have. So please, go to my store, get the heirloom barley, detoxify your body, reduce inflammation, soak up those free radicals with superoxide dismutase, or take the gladiator barley and build up strength and get all the benefits that you're getting from the heirloom barley. And it stacks great with Mitrol. And the Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels, improve your metabolism, and it's a great way to lose weight. I just gave you a recipe to reduce cardiovascular disease, reduce neurodegeneration, and to reduce diabetes. Now, it only took 4 hours, but if you listen to me and you want to improve your health and your immune system and all these other organ systems, it is in your power, but you got to listen and you got to do. So with that said, I'm tired now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the products, help support your health and the work that I do. It's a win-win situation. And listen to how I stack it. Now, if you want to take everything I take, that's up to you. But many people can't afford that. I understand. I understand that people might have, a lack of means to do that. But I've given you so many different ways to stack this stuff to meet your particular cash flow or your particular organ systems that you want to target. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. I want these products in your hand so you get healthy. My brother died from heart disease at age 36 because he ate too many Big Macs and didn't work out enough. He had a minor heart attack the month before and then the major blowout. All right? I wish I knew all this information to help him before he died. Now, do you want to have that kind of life? Do you want to go down that road where you grasp your chest when you're starting to have chest pains and then you have a major blowout and then you're dead? Do you want to have that neurodegeneration where you're having gait issues? Well, you could have prevented that. Do you want to continually having the problems and the side effects of diabetes? You want to lose your toes? You want to have poor blood flow in your arteries literally aging much faster? Because that's what happens to diabetics. You want your kidney function to go down? You want to be on dialysis? That's what happens with diabetes. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening. and wait until tonight for the next transmission.